Today is the last day of 2025. It's kind of hard to put into words, isn't it? What do you usually do on New Year's Eve? Let me know in the comments. Thank you for everything we've done together this past year, and a huge thank you to all my amazing friends for always supporting the Paranormal M channel. Wishing all of us a wonderful New Year's Eve and an even brighter 2026 ahead. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Now, let's see what mysterious experiences we'll run into on this final day of the year. So, I'm an agency nurse down here in southern Louisiana, which basically means I'm the plug-the-hole person. If a facility is short-staffed for the night, I'm the one they call. I rotate through the same handful of places, so even though I'm not staff, I end up seeing the same buildings, the same halls, the same routines, over and over. But there was one place, let's call it Bayou Pines, that always felt different. Not in a busy way, in a something's off way. They took everybody. Psych issues, withdrawals, aggressive dementia, end-stage hospice, you name it. You never knew what your assignment was going to look like until the moment the charge nurse handed you the list. And at Bayou Pines, there was one resident everyone talked about in that tone. Like saying her name too loud might wake something up. People called her Ms. Delphine. Ms. Delphine was in her late 80s. Tiny, maybe 4 foot something. Frail, paper-thin arms. White hair that stayed brushed back, and she was blind. She also had dementia and a reputation for being mean in that sharp, hateful way. The kind of mean that makes your stomach tighten before you even step into the room. Nobody liked going near her door. I'm not exaggerating. Some nurses would pause, take a breath, and then go in like they were crossing a line. And here's the part that stuck with me even before my night with her. People swore she could tell the second someone stepped across her threshold. Blind or not, the moment you crossed into that room, she'd snap her head and start shouting, telling you to get out, cussing, sometimes screaming slurs. I heard more than one nurse say they kept a little vial of blessed oil in their pocket just for her med pass, like it was PPE. Her family barely came. Someone told me they visited only a couple times a year because of how she'd treated them when they were kids. The first time they came, they taped crosses on the wall, like a lot of crosses. The next time, they brought a priest. And listen, the room was small, maybe 10 by 12. So with all that up on the walls, it felt cramped and heavy, like the air couldn't move right. Anyway, one night I get assigned there for an 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift. I walk in, get report from the nurse I'm relieving, and right at the end she goes, "Oh, and you've got Ms. Delphine tonight." The way she said it? Like she was warning me about a storm. I tried to stay calm. I told myself, maybe she's declined since the last time I was here. Maybe she's settled. Maybe this will be one of those nights where you just do your rounds and keep it moving. Med pass at that place was always a marathon. First one around midnight, then another early morning before shift change. 30-ish residents, long, dark hallway, TVs glowing behind half-open doors, the nurses' station lit up at the far end like a lighthouse. Around 12 a.m., I start down the hall with my cart. The corridor was dim, and the only real light came from the nursing station way behind me and those flickering TVs ahead. And when I reached Ms. Delphine's room, I swear my brain took a second to understand what I was seeing. She wasn't just sitting up. She was hanging out of the bed upside down. Like, her torso was still on the mattress, but her head and arms were down toward the floor. Her feet were up, straight up, like somebody had lifted her legs into the air. Her fingertips were touching the ground like she was doing some kind of twisted handstand, except it didn't look human. It looked wrong. The angles were wrong. I froze. That cold rush hit my chest, like when your body decides you're in danger before your mind catches up. My first instinct was nurse instinct. She's going to fall. She's going to fracture a hip. She's going to break her neck. So I rushed in and grabbed her, trying to guide her back up onto the bed. And I know she was blind. I knew that. Everybody knew that. But she looked straight at me with this tight, ugly grin. Not a smile, a grimace. Like her mouth was trying to curl into something that didn't belong on her face. Her eyes weren't focused, but it still felt like being stared through. I remember actually turning my head away because the expression hit me like a slap. It made my skin crawl. I got her back onto the mattress, pulled her up, adjusted her, and I started backing out. Not running, just that fast, controlled, I'm leaving right now, walk nurses do when they're trying not to look panicked. And then, because of course I looked back, I saw her do something that stopped me all over again. The head of the bed was flat. She was lying down, but she lifted both legs straight up like she was making a perfect right angle at the hips. A sheet was draped over her legs, so it formed this pointed tent. Except the tent was too long. It looked stretched, like the sheet was covering legs that belonged to a 6-foot person. But she was a tiny little woman. There's no way. I stood there frozen, probably 10 seconds, just staring, trying to force logic into it. And then she started repeating, in this calm, taunting rhythm, "You see me. I see you. You see me. I see you." Over and over, like a sing-song, like she was enjoying it. I backed out and got out of that room so fast I could feel my pulse in my throat. I kept working because, what else do? You still have meds to pass. You still have charting. You still have people who need you. But I'll tell you right now, my whole mood changed. The hallway felt darker. The air felt thick. And every time I glanced toward her door, my stomach tightened like it was bracing for something. Then 5 a.m. rounds came. She wasn't due any meds from me at that hour. I just had to check that she was breathing, safe, in bed. Basic hospice check. That's it. The hall was still dark. TVs still glowing. Everything quiet in that eerie pre-dawn way. I walked toward her room, already tense, and the moment I got to the doorway, I saw her again. This time, she was on the side of the bed, like half-perched, and she did this motion that looked like a hop. Not a weak, shift-your-weight kind of movement. A hop like a kid getting excited, like someone bouncing on a mattress for fun. And the worst part? She landed back into the bed and turned her face in my direction at the same time, like she knew exactly when I was there, exactly where I was standing. Her TV was on, bright enough to light the side of her face, and the whole thing felt playful in a way that made my blood run cold, like she was performing. I walked up quietly, because I didn't even want my shoes to sound loud. And I remember thinking, how does she know I'm here? How? At that point, I was scared in a way I don't usually get scared. Not, this patient is unpredictable, scared. More like, my body is telling me something is wrong, scared. When the day nurse came in to relieve me, it was Tasha, full-time staff. I tried to tell her what I saw, and she gave me that look like, "Okay, babe, sure." She goes, "That's not possible. She can't do any of that." And then she starts listing it off. Ms. Delphine didn't feed herself anymore. She was contracted, legs stiff, limited mobility. Hospice. Family requested sedation, Ativan and morphine as needed, usually kept comfortable and sleepy. Tasha said the woman hadn't really spoken or been coherent in months. And I'm standing there like, I'm telling you, I didn't give any PRNs tonight, just her scheduled meds at midnight. She wasn't snowed, she was awake. Tasha shook her head. Even if she was awake, there's no way she moved like that. Vegetative, silent. No, you see me, I see you. No grimace, no movement, nothing. And it wasn't like she was pretending to sleep. It looked like the kind of stillness you don't question because it's exactly what you expect on hospice when somebody's that far gone. I stood there for a second, just staring, because it felt like the night had been erased. Like I'd imagined the whole thing, but I hadn't. I know what I saw. I know how her face looked when she turned toward me. I know the way the sheet tent looked wrong, and I know how that hallway felt. Heavy, dark, almost dangerous, like the air was warning you. I didn't call it demonic. I'm not even saying it was supernatural. I'm just saying Whatever it was, I never went back to that facility again. And to this day, I still get goosebumps thinking about that quiet little voice, repeating like a promise. You see me, I see you. So, this happened to me a little over a decade ago, back when I was in high school. I don't tell it often, mostly because I still don't know what to do with it. I'm not even trying to make it sound bigger than it was. I just remember it so clearly, and I've never been able to land on a clean, satisfying explanation. I was 16 at the time, somewhere in the middle of the school year. And for context, I've always been a light sleeper. As a teenager, I dealt with sleep paralysis on and off, and sometimes those weird, half-awake auditory hallucinations, like your brain is trying to dream while you're sitting up and listening. So I'm used to my own mind being unhelpful at night. But what happened that night felt different, too structured, too physical. The only other maybe paranormal thing I'd ever experienced was when I was younger, sleeping over at my friend Tyler's place. I woke up and saw something in the hallway that was darker than the darkness around it. Like the unlit room had somehow produced an even darker shape. It looked almost human, with arms stretched out, and it was moving them up and down like it was waving or stretching. I remember just staring, frozen, until I finally yanked the blanket over my head and decided I never needed to sleep at Tyler's again. The next day we did that classic kid thing where you nervously laugh and go, maybe it was someone in the family messing around, and then everyone agrees not to bring it up ever again. Anyway, fast forward to this night. I woke up suddenly, the way you do when something feels off before you even know why. I glanced at the clock and it was around 3:40 a.m., give or take. The house was quiet, but not the normal quiet. I could hear this faint rustling somewhere, like fabric brushing against something, or someone shifting their weight in a different room. We lived in a small, older house, built mid-century, thin walls, the kind where you can hear a cabinet close from across the place. And the layout was kind of awkward. You'd come in through a side door into the kitchen. From there was a narrow hallway. My parents' room was closest, then a tiny linen closet, then the bathroom, and across from that, the basement door. My room was at the far end of the hall, and my sister's old room, empty by then, was beside it. Here's the part that snapped me fully awake. The house was too dark. In the kitchen, we always kept this little sink light on. Nothing bright, just a warm glow so you could find a cup of water without smashing your shin into a chair. From my room, I could always see a thin strip of yellowish light under my door. But now, nothing. Just pitch black under the door like someone had poured ink down the hallway. And then I heard it. A footstep. Heavy. Not the soft shuffle of a barefoot parent going to the bathroom. It sounded like a boot. One solid step, then a pause, then another. Pause, then another. Slow and deliberate, like whoever it was wasn't trying to sneak, but also wasn't in a hurry. Each step sounded closer, and I remember my throat getting tight because I couldn't make my brain choose between intruder and my brain is doing the thing again. Then the steps stopped right outside my door, and my doorknob moved. Not like a gentle bump, like a real, unmistakable jiggle. Someone testing it, turning it slightly, letting it rattle for a second. And then, nothing. No footsteps walking away, no door creaking, no whispering. Just dead quiet, like the sound had been switched off. I ended up sliding back into bed and pulling the blanket up like that was going to protect me from whatever. I stayed like that for what felt like forever, just listening for the smallest clue that I wasn't alone. But nothing happened. And eventually, the fear shifted into this weird, stubborn logic. Like, okay, if someone's out there and they're waiting, hiding in my room isn't going to change anything. If the worst is happening, it's already happening. So I did the dumb, brave thing you do when you're 16 and terrified. I grabbed the baseball bat from my closet. I unlocked my door, opened it slowly, and yeah, my hallway was absolutely black. Not dim, black. Like my eyes couldn't find a single reference point. But the house still had power. I looked out through the kitchen window, and the streetlights were on. No storm, no outage. Everything outside looked calm and normal, which honestly made it worse. I crept down the hallway into the kitchen, bat raised like I'd actually know what to do with it. And that's when I saw it. The sink light was on, but the bulb had burned out. So the switch was flipped like always, but the actual bulb was dead. Just a tiny, dark fixture hanging there, useless. I stood there staring at it, feeling my heart slam against my ribs because that explained the darkness, sure, but it didn't explain the footsteps or the doorknob. I went to the closet, found a replacement bulb, and screwed it in with hands that wouldn't stop shaking. The light came back on immediately, warm, normal, comforting. I stood under it for a second like it was a campfire. Like if I just soaked in enough normal light, the whole night would turn into something explainable. Then I went back to my room, locked my door again, and since I was already wide awake, I started getting ready for school early. Just trying to act like a regular human in a regular morning. About an hour later, I went out to grab something to eat, and the kitchen was dark again. Same exact thing. Sink light switch still on. Bulb blown. A brand new bulb. Dead. In under an hour. I remember standing there in the hallway, staring at that strip of darkness under the kitchen doorway, trying to force my brain into science mode. Like if I could just summon every educational TV show I'd ever watched, it would all click into place. Bad wiring. Power surge. Faulty bulb. Old fixture. Something. But it felt targeted. Like it was the same specific light being taken away, twice, on the same night, right after those footsteps stopped at my door. I replaced the bulb again. It lit up normally. And after that, nothing else happened. No more footsteps. No more knob moving. No more burned bulbs. The house just went back to being a regular, boring house. And that's kind of why it still sticks with me. Because it wasn't some dramatic haunting with slamming doors and floating objects. It was small, quiet, almost polite. But it felt intelligent in a way that makes my skin prickle even now. To this day, I still don't know if I lived through something paranormal, or if my tired teenage brain stitched together coincidence and fear into one perfect memory. But I know what I heard. And I know what that doorknob felt like. Like someone was right there, on the other side, deciding whether they could get in. Alright, so I've got two quick stories that still stick with me, even all these years later. And I mean stick with me in that way where you'll be doing dishes one day, and suddenly your brain goes, "Hey, remember that?" Story 1 is a dream that turned into sleep paralysis. Story 2 is what I can only describe as a shadow person situation. Okay, so the first one happened about a week after my grandma passed. My grandpa had already been gone for years at that point. The house felt different, you know? Like the world had shifted, and nobody told your nervous system how to catch up. One night I go to sleep, and I have this dream that I still remember crystal clear. I'm riding in this van with a couple friends, like just normal chatter, normal vibes. And then I look out the window and I realize, wait, we're in Florida. Specifically outside my grandparents' condo, like the exact place from when I was a kid. And I'm like, hey, pull over, drop me off right here. I'm gonna go see Grandma. So I hop out, walk up to the door, and I knock. The door opens, and there she is. Not like a ghost, not like a spooky version of her, just her. Warm, familiar, totally real in the way dreams sometimes feel real. She smiles, says how happy she is to see me, and she hugs me. Like that tight, safe hug where your shoulders finally unclench. I step inside and there's this narrow little hallway, and at the far end there's a couch and a big mirror. One of those mirrors that makes the space feel longer than it is. We sit down on the couch together. At first, she's smiling, and then her whole face changes, like someone turned off the lights behind her eyes. Her smile drops into a frown and she says, really softly, "He came and took me." And I remember going, "What do you mean he came and took you?" And she starts crying. And in the dream, I start feeling scared, but it turns into anger too. Like protective anger. Like, who do you think you are? Whoever you are. So I push again. "Who came and took you?" And she looks at me like she's afraid to say it, and she goes, "You know he watches you, right?" And I'm like, "Excuse me? Who the hell is watching me?" My stomach just drops. That dread feeling hits, like your body knows something before your mind catches up. And she says, still crying, still calm somehow, "He's watching you right now." Then she lifts her hand and points at the mirror. And in the mirror, I can see the hallway behind me, the one I just walked down. And then I watch this man just step out of the wall. Not like the wall opens, not like a door appears. He just emerges, like the wall is made of smoke and he's walking through it. He's middle-aged, tall, wearing this old-fashioned hat, like a fedora style, long coat, and he's holding a cane. And the weirdest part is, he looks like my grandfather, but not how I knew him. Like a younger version. Same shape to the face, same vibe, but it's not comforting. It's wrong. He pauses for half a second and turns his head, and I swear, he looks right at me through the mirror, like he knows I'm watching. Then he keeps walking, and goes into the opposite wall and disappears the same way he came. I whip my head back to my grandma, and her face goes totally neutral, blank. But there are tears still running down her cheeks like her body is still reacting, even if her expression isn't. And right then, I wake up. Except I don't wake up. I'm awake, but I can't move. At all. No arms, no legs, no turning my head. Nothing. I try to call out for my mom, like actually yell, and nothing comes out. I can't speak. I can't even get a sound. It feels like forever, but if I had to guess, maybe 8 or 9 minutes? Something like that. And then finally, suddenly, it breaks. Like my body gets control again, and I can move. For a long time after that, I told myself it was my grandpa coming to get my grandma. That was the story my brain wanted to believe because it felt easier, familiar. But later, years later, I started reading about sleep paralysis and all those shared experiences people describe. And then I saw it. The Hat Man. This figure people talk about seeing during sleep paralysis, this tall man in a hat, sometimes with a coat, just watching. And that messed me up, because it matched my dreams so closely that it made my skin go cold. And what's even creepier, recently I was scrolling through old paintings online, just aimless late-night browsing, and I stumble on this one piece that makes me freeze, because it looks like him. That silhouette, that shape. And when I read about the painting, the artist basically said he painted it because the figure kept showing up in his dreams, like he was being haunted by it. So yeah, that's story 1. Now story 2. This was about 10 years later. I was living in a house with a couple friends. I had the basement room. Down there was this small hallway, washer and dryer, and then the basement door. A few days after moving in, I wake up in the middle of the night and I check the time. 4:47 a.m., or close to that, like right around there. I'm half asleep, so I shrug it off, roll over, go back to sleep. Next night, same thing. I wake up, check the time. Right around 4:47 again. By the third night, I'm annoyed. I'm like, is someone coming downstairs? Doing laundry before work? Slamming something? So I ask my roommate, my buddy Marcus, if he's been heading down there early. He's like, nope, not me. All right. So the next night, I wake up again at the same time. And this time, when I open my eyes, I see something at the opening of that hallway. And I don't even know how to describe it without sounding ridiculous, but it's like a void. Like a human-shaped patch of darkness that's somehow darker than the rest of the dark. Like it's not absence of light, like it's something absorbing it. It doesn't move. At first I'm confused. My brain is trying to make it into a coat on a chair or a pile of something. But then I feel it. And the feeling is what makes it real. It feels angry, heavy, like an angry male presence, like the air has pressure to it. So I do the obvious thing. I sit up fast and turn the light on. Nothing. The hallway is empty, everything normal. Next night, same wake up, same time. But now it looks more defined, more humanoid, and it's just slightly closer. Now I'm actually scared. Light on, nothing. And at this point I'm like, okay, there's something in this basement, or my brain thinks there is. Either way, I'm not enjoying it. So I have what I still call my brilliant idea. I buy a pack of beer and I'm like, all right, I'm staying up. If 4:47 is the appointment time, I'm going to be awake for it. So I drink, waiting for the moment, trying to build up courage. And of course, I get too drunk and pass out before the time even hits. But I still wake up at 4:47, and I'm still drunk, like woozy, heavy, bold in the dumbest way. And it's there again. I can see it, and I can feel that same angry presence. So I stumble up and I start talking to it like I'm in a movie, like I'm some priest in an exorcism scene, even though I'm not religious at all. And I'm slurring something like, "You're not welcome here. This isn't your house anymore. You have to go. You need to go toward the light." I turn all the lights on and I pass out again, but this time it's different. There's still a figure, still like a human-shaped darkness, but it's not tucked in the hallway. It's right at the end of the couch where I'm sleeping. And the weird part? I'm not scared, because the feeling is completely different. It feels loving, gentle, calm, like the opposite of the heavy anger from the nights before. And if I had to put a label on it, it felt like feminine energy, like someone checking on me, not threatening me. And after that night, it stops. I never wake up at that time again. Not like that. Not in that house. Not with that pattern. And yeah, those are my two stories. I still don't know what they mean. I don't know if they were grief, stress, sleep paralysis, coincidence, something paranormal, or some weird blend of all of it. But I'll tell you this, I've thought about them for decades. And even now, when I wake up in the dark and the room feels just a little too quiet, part of me still expects to see something standing in the hallway. So this happened on a totally normal weeknight. I think it was a Wednesday. Nothing special about it. Nothing spooky in the air. My friend Mason and I just wanted to end the night doing something calm, you know? Stargazing. Get away from the city lights, find a quiet spot, maybe listen to some music and just breathe for a minute. We drove out past the last stretch of neighborhoods, where the street lights start thinning out and everything gets in quieter. After a while, we saw this little turnoff. Barely even a road, honestly, just gravel and shadows. Mason looked at me and went, "Wanna try it?" And I was like, "Sure, why not?" It felt kind of fun, like we were discovering something. At first, it seemed normal. The road split into these smaller roads, almost like little branches, and we kept taking the one that looked like it went deeper. We eventually reached what looked like an old ranch house, or maybe a cabin, sitting back from the road. It was weird looking in that neglected way, like the kind of place you'd see in a movie and immediately think, nope. But we laughed it off. Probably just someone's property, old and falling apart, whatever. But then, the vibe changed. We started noticing these little signs and number markers along the road, and I swear they were counting down, like we were going the wrong way. Like this was supposed to be an exit, not an entrance. And the trees were getting thicker, closing in. The road felt narrower. The darkness felt heavier. I checked the map and it said we were like 5 minutes from the end of the road. Easy. Except it just kept going. 10 minutes. 15. It felt like the road was stretching itself out, like it didn't want to end. And the more we drove, the more my stomach started doing that sinking thing, like when your body realizes something's off before your brain can explain why. Finally, I said, "Okay, turn around, now." And Mason didn't argue. He just nodded, like he'd been waiting for me to say it. So we turned around, and 3 minutes into heading back, the car started moving like it had a mind of its own. I'm not kidding. Flat road, no slope, no wind pushing us. The engine wasn't revving or anything. It was just rolling, steady, like it had been set on cruise control, except Mason wasn't touching the pedals. I didn't believe it at first, like I actually laughed, because it sounded insane. So Mason, to prove it, lifts both feet up and puts them on the dashboard. Just casually, like, "See?" And the car keeps going. Same speed, straight down that gravel road like it's being guided. That's when the fear really hit me. And then I noticed the trees. They weren't just swaying, they were moving. Like they were leaning in and pulling back, almost rhythmic, almost like dancing. But wrong. Too deliberate. The air was still. There wasn't enough breeze for that kind of movement. And the way they moved didn't match the wind anyway. It looked like the forest was reacting to us. Neither of us was talking much at that point. Just these little half sentences. Like, "Do you see that?" And, yeah, I see it." When we finally got close to the entrance of the gravel road, we saw lightning. Except it wasn't the normal white-blue kind. It was this strange mix of yellow and deep orange, almost like the sky was flashing with fire. And it was late, past 11 p.m., and there weren't even clouds overhead like you'd expect. The moment we reached the paved road again, it was like the pressure in the car popped. Like stepping out of a room where someone had been quietly watching you. We both exhaled at the same time. We even laughed a little, like we'd been holding our breath for 20 minutes straight. But we didn't. Because as soon as we got onto the highway, that same sick feeling came back, stronger. Like our instincts were practically yelling at us, "Go home, don't keep looking, don't push it." So we turned around and headed back toward the city. And that's when things got even weirder. Out of nowhere, a car shows up behind us. And when I say out of nowhere, I mean it. 2-lane road, no side streets, no driveways, no intersections for miles. 1 second it's empty behind us, The next, there's this pale-colored sedan right on our bumper, so close I could barely see its headlights in the mirror without them blasting into my eyes. It rode us like that for what felt like forever, probably 10 minutes. We sped up to get distance. It sped up too. We slowed down, it stayed right there. No honking, no passing, just glued to us, like it was hurting us. My hands were gripping the door handle. Mason had both hands locked on the wheel. We weren't even playing music anymore, just silence and the sound of tires on asphalt. And then, we crested this small hill. The headlights dimmed, just slightly, and then the car was gone. No turnoff, no brake lights, no pulling back, nothing, just empty road behind us. I felt my stomach drop so hard it was like I'd missed a step. Not long after that, we passed this older guy on the shoulder with a broken-down electric SUV, hood up, trunk open, standing there like he'd been stuck for a while. But he didn't have hazards on. No flares, no phone light, just standing in the like he was waiting. And by then we could already see the distant glow of the city, so it wasn't like we were in the middle of nowhere anymore. But it still didn't make sense. We finally got home, and we just sat there in the driveway for a minute, staring at the dashboard like we needed proof we were back in reality. We talked through it, over and over, trying to make it make sense, trying to turn it into something funny. But I didn't sleep. Because earlier on the gravel road, I'd taken a quick video, just a few seconds, mostly to capture how dark it was and how the trees looked. I didn't even think about it at the time. Later, in bed, I watched it again, and the second I saw it, my chest went cold. In the reflection on the windshield, on my side, the passenger side, there was a face, an older woman's face, clear enough that I could make out the shape of her cheeks and her eyes, like she was sitting right there where I'd been. Except, I was the only one in that seat, and the worst part is, when I saw it, it didn't feel like a trick of light. It felt like something that had been there the whole time, quiet, patient, just waiting for us to notice. And ever since then, I can't drive down a road like that without thinking, what if we didn't just stumble into a weird place? What if we almost didn't get to leave it? You know what's weird? There was this stretch earlier this year where I started feeling like, I don't know how else to say it, like I was being watched. I take care of my mom. She lives upstairs in this older apartment building, only 8 units total. The 2 end ones are kind of like townhouses, and the others are regular apartments all connected in the same long building. My mom's place is Unit 5, and it's been home for long enough that we know what normal sounds like. Pipes, creaks, the usual settling. But this wasn't that. It started with the attic. Not every unit can even get up there. Only a few of them have attic access. My mom's is one of them. And for weeks, it was like clockwork. Every single night, always late. Somewhere between about 10:45 p.m. and 3 or 4 in the morning, I'd hear movement above us. Not a little scurry, not a random pop, actual footsteps. Shifting. The kind of sound that makes you stop breathing for a second because your brain goes, wait, that's weight. And I'm telling you, I'm not someone who jumps at every noise. These apartments are old, sure, but this was too consistent. Too timed. Then I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The attic opening, the little panel in the ceiling, looked different, like it had been nudged out of place. My mom and I haven't touched it. We have no reason to. We don't store anything up there, and honestly, it's creepy enough without adding dust and darkness to the mix. But it wasn't just the panel. There are these bolts and fasteners along the roofline, and a couple of them looked slightly pushed in, like the roof had taken pressure from above. And I know that can happen when someone heavy moves around up there, because years ago, I climbed into an attic in my aunt's building, and she pointed out the same thing. The bolts were pressed down in the exact spots where I'd stepped. It left a little tell, like proof. So when I saw that same kind of sinking above my mom's ceiling, my mind went, okay, someone's been up there. And the thing is, it wasn't just the attic. Sometimes, when the apartment was quiet, especially if I was alone, I'd hear people talking. Like low voices, muffled, but close. And the creepiest part? It always sounded like it was coming from my little sister Mariah's old bedroom. Except Mariah is almost never home. She's always out. Friends, trips, staying with her boyfriend, whatever. So I'd hear it, and I'd do the normal thing, right? I'd call her name. I'd walk over and open the door, ready to tell her she scared me. And every time, the room would be empty. No TV, no phone speaker, no one. Just silence. Then the sleep stuff started. This part is hard to explain without sounding dramatic, but it felt like my body was betraying me. There were nights where I'd doze off on the couch for just a minute, like one of those I'll rest my eyes naps, and I'd slip immediately into this dream that didn't feel like a dream. Everything looked exactly like it did when I fell asleep. Same room, same shadows, same couch under me. It was like I never left the moment. And in it, something I couldn't see would come at me. Not like a jump scare horror movie thing, more like a presence, a force. I'd feel this heavy pressure, like something pinning me down. My chest would tighten. My whole body would get that sick, warning feeling, like your instincts are screaming but your muscles won't move. And the worst part? I'd know I was asleep. I'd be thinking, wake up, open your eyes. But my body wouldn't respond. I remember thinking, is this what people mean by astral projection? Except it didn't feel mystical or peaceful. It felt wrong. Like I was stuck in the exact same room, but something else had access to me there. But there was one night, just one, that scared me more than all the others. I fell asleep the same way, and it happened again. Same couch, same room, that same trapped feeling. Except this time, I wasn't alone in it. There was a figure standing a few feet away from me. Tall, too tall for the space to feel normal. And it wore something like a hood, the way a cloak hangs when someone is trying to hide. I couldn't see a face. Not because it was shadowed, because there was nothing there. No eyes, no nose, no features, just darkness, like someone had cut a hole where a face should be. But I saw the hands. That's what I can't shake. The fingers looked thin and too long, like bone with just enough skin to cling to it. Dry, almost dehydrated. And the nails were pointed, longer than they should have been. Not sharp like a knife, but sharp like something that's never been cut and has no reason to be normal. I remember trying to scream, but nothing came out. And I was fighting so hard to wake up, because I could feel it watching me like it knew I couldn't move. And then I finally snapped awake. I was sitting up, breathing like I'd been running. The room was the same as the dream, which almost made it worse. No dramatic change, no relief music, just me on the couch in the same apartment, with that sick feeling still crawling on my skin. After that, I stopped seeing the hooded thing. Thank God. But I still don't sleep the same. I don't. And there's one more detail I can't ignore. In my mom's kitchen, on the ceiling, this mark appeared that looks like a child's handprint. Like a messy little smear, almost like a kid had food on their hands and dragged it across the ceiling. The timing was what got me. I'd helped my mom clean the walls a few days earlier, and then, days later, this shows up out of nowhere. It shouldn't be there. It wasn't there before. And I know how this sounds. I know people are going to say, maybe it's moisture. Maybe it's the building. Maybe you're stressed. And sure, maybe. But when you're the one hearing footsteps over your head at the same hours every night, when you're the one opening doors to empty rooms after hearing voices, when you're the one waking up with your heart hammering because you just lived through a dream that felt like an attack, it's hard to shrug it off. It's hard to feel safe. And honestly, the scariest part isn't even what I saw. It's the feeling that whatever is happening, it already knows I'm paying attention. Okay, so this is one of those childhood memories that's still lit up in my head like it happened yesterday, and I genuinely don't know what to do with it. I was probably 7, 8, somewhere in that range, old enough to know what I was seeing, young enough that everything still felt a little dreamlike even when I was fully awake. And I want to be really clear. I'm not someone who grew up chasing ghost stories. Even now, I'm skeptical by default. But that house we lived in back then? Yeah, I'll admit it had a vibe. The kind you laugh about later, but still glance over your shoulder in the hallway. This happened on a morning we were leaving super early, like ridiculously early. We were flying out because I was going to visit my dad in Pennsylvania. My mom, well, in this version of the story I'll call her Marissa, was the type who believed the airport was basically a battlefield and you survived by arriving 3 hours before anyone else. So it's maybe 3:30 a.m., something like that. And the important part is, I'm awake, not half asleep, not stumbling. I'd already been upstairs for a while, had my little bag packed, even took a quick shower. I remember the feeling of being clean and alert and kind of wired, the way kids get when something big is happening. Right before we're about to leave, I go downstairs to use the bathroom one last time. The bathroom was right next to the laundry room. Like, you open the bathroom door and the laundry room is basically right there. We had a stacked washer and dryer, and I could hear Marissa moving around in there, rustling clothes. So I finish up, wash my hands, and I crack the bathroom door open just a little, because I'm a kid and I'm nosy, and I peek out, and I see her at the dryer. She's taking clothes out, but the way she's doing it is wrong. Not like, oh, she's tired wrong. More like stiff, like a toy. Like someone had watched a person fold laundry once and was now trying to imitate the choreography. Her arms were weirdly straight. She'd lift them up, grab exactly one piece of clothing, lower her arms straight down, then extend forward and drop it into the basket without even glancing. Then repeat. Same pace, same angles. No pause, no adjustment, no little human fidgeting. Over and over and over. At first, I'm not scared. I'm just puzzled. Like my brain is trying to categorize it. Mom's being weird. Mom's tired. Mom's distracted. So I whisper, Marissa? Nothing. She keeps doing it. I try again, louder. Mom? Still nothing. She doesn't even shift like she heard me. I turn the faucet off, clear my throat, like I'm trying to announce myself properly, and I say it again. Mom! And this time she does this tiny little freeze, like a micro flinch, just enough to tell me it registered somewhere. But then she goes right back into the exact same movements, back still turned. And now my stomach is starting to tighten, because I'm realizing she's not responding like a person. She's responding like something that heard a sound and then described to continue whatever it was programmed to do. So I raise my voice. Mom! Nothing. So I finally shout, full volume, Kid shout, "Mom!" And she stops. Whatever she was holding slips out of her hands, and she turns around, slowly, like it takes effort. And when she faces me, I can still see it. That's the part that never faded. It was terror. Pure terror. But not like she was scared of something in the room. It looked like she was terrified of me, like she didn't recognize me at all. And I'm just standing there, frozen, with my hands still damp, my heart suddenly going wild, like this hard pounding you can feel in your ears. I remember thinking, why is she looking at me like that? What did I do? She doesn't say a word. She just pivots, stiffly, again with that uncanny marching thing, and she walks toward the back door that connected to the laundry room. It's winter, snow on the ground. She's dressed for inside, shorts, a thin t-shirt, and my kid brain is instantly like, she can't go outside like that. She'll freeze. So I run to the back door and yank it open, and outside, there's fresh snow. No footprints. Nothing. Like no one had stepped out there at all. Now I'm officially panicking, because for a second I think, she's leaving. She's going to the airport without me. I scream, just absolutely scream, "Mom!" as loud as I can. And immediately, from the living room on the far other side of the house, I hear her real voice, calm, normal, sleepy, annoyed. "Yeah?" From the wrong side of the house. And I remember whipping around so fast it almost made me dizzy, because there's no way she could have gotten over there without passing right by me, and there's no way she went outside without leaving tracks. And there's no way, two versions of her exist in two places. But when I look back at the laundry room, the dryer door is still open. The basket has clothes in it. The task had been happening in the real world. It wasn't like I imagined an empty scene. After that, it's fuzzy. Not because the memory isn't vivid, more like my brain slammed a door. I remember a rush of heat, then cold, then crying so hard I could barely breathe. And I remember running toward the living room like I was escaping something, and I couldn't even explain what I'd seen because it didn't fit into words. Years later, I asked my mom, Marissa, what she remembered about that morning. And she told me she did remember me running out of the laundry room crying, totally inconsolable, like something had seriously scared me. But she didn't remember anything happening that would explain it. She even said it stood out because I wasn't the kind of kid who made stuff up or scared easily. And that's it. That's the whole thing. So when I look at it now, I can admit there are a ton of possible explanations. Kid brain misidentification, stress, a weird dissociative episode, a half-dream state that somehow layered itself onto a real moment. But the problem is, I remember it too cleanly, too precisely. The posture, the timing, the expression, the way the voice came from the living room like nothing happened. It's the kind of memory that doesn't feel like imagination. And I'm not even telling you this like, ooh, ghost story. It's more like, this is a file in my brain labeled unresolved. And every time I open it, I still feel that exact same cold shock. And the creepiest part? It wasn't just that it looked like my mom. It was that whatever it was seemed to be trying really hard to be her. And for a moment, just a moment, it almost succeeded. So, I don't tell this story to freak you out. I'm telling you because it still sits in me, years later, like a stone you keep turning over in your pocket. Back then, I was about 26, living out in the German countryside. Mostly open fields, farms, little streams cutting through the land. Not the dramatic kind of nature, you know? No towering mountains, just long, flat stretches where you can see forever. And on a clear night, the sky usually puts on a show. There were a couple wind turbines out there too, turning and steady like they always do. That night, I'd been at my friend Marcus's place. It was late, around 11:30, maybe closer to midnight, and I was driving home on this narrow road that cuts between farmland. Cool autumn air, clear weather, the kind of night where you'd normally catch a few headlights in the distance, even if it's rural. but I didn't. For at least 10 minutes, not a single car. Not coming toward me, not behind me. And that's what got under my skin first. Not fear, not panic. Just this mild, crawling uneasiness. There's a highway exit not far from there, so it's weird for the whole area to be that empty. I remember actually thinking, okay, where is everyone? I tried to shake it off, kept driving. And then, maybe 2 minutes later, I saw something out in a field to the right. At first, it didn't even make sense, just a shape in the darkness. Then my headlights caught enough of it, and my brain finally translated it. A car, upside down, far from the road, like 70 or 80 meters out. My stomach dropped. I pulled over immediately, hazards on, and grabbed my phone. I dialed emergency services with this sudden automatic urgency, like my body was moving before my thoughts caught up. Then I got out and started walking toward it, using my phone flashlight to cut through the dark. It was an older hatchback, dark blue, maybe black, something like an Opel or a Golf. Honestly, I'm not even sure anymore because my focus locked onto details in this strange, sharp way. One wheel was completely missing, just gone, and I remember seeing it lying off to the side like it had been ripped away. As I got closer, I prepared myself for something awful. You know how you brace for it, like you're building a wall inside yourself? I leaned in and shined the light through the broken side window, and there was nobody. No driver slumped over, no passenger, nothing. Just empty seats, and a smear of blood on the steering wheel. That's when I told the operator what I was seeing. She asked the normal questions, where I was, what the car looked like, if I could see anyone nearby. I told her no one, just blood. She sounded calm, professional. She told me to go back to my car, keep my hazard lights on so the responders could find me, and said they'd be there in about 5 minutes. And then the call ended. Now here's where it gets hard to explain, because the car wasn't even the strangest part. The strangest part was what was happening inside me. From the moment I stepped out of my car, it felt like someone had set a heavy weight on my chest. Pressure, like mild pain mixed with this inner tension. Breathing wasn't impossible, but it felt wrong, like my body didn't want to pull air in. I had never felt anything like it before. And I'm not a nervous guy. I'm tall, broad, I've always been physically active. I don't scare easily. I don't walk around thinking danger is waiting for me. But standing there on the roadside, I was scared. Not because I saw a wreck. I mean, yes, that was disturbing, but this was different, more primal. Like every cell in my body was saying one clear sentence: get back in your car. Leave. Now. And only once I was sitting there, hands on the steering wheel, did I start noticing the rest. There were no sounds. No wind in the grass. No distant highway hum. No frogs. There's water nearby, you'd normally hear something. No insects. Nothing. It was like the world had been muted. And then I looked up, and I swear to you, the sky was wrong. It had been a clear night when I left Marcus's place, but here, above this stretch of road, it was just blank. No stars, not even faint ones, just darkness. 5 minutes passed, nothing. 10 minutes, still nothing. The pressure in my chest kept building. I kept checking the road in both directions, expecting headlights, expecting anything. I even started thinking maybe I'd gotten the location wrong. Maybe they were coming from the other side and I just hadn't seen them yet. 20 minutes. No sirens, no police, no ambulance, no random car passing by. Not one. And by 30 minutes, I was shaking. Not dramatically, just this tight, contained trembling, like my body was holding itself together by force. The sensation in my chest had become unbearable, like my own instincts were physically punishing me for staying. So I left. I hate that part, but it's the truth. I drove away because I truly felt like if I stayed 1 minute longer, something bad would happen. And I didn't even know what that something was. I just knew it. When I reached the next town, I pulled into a gas station that was still open. I didn't even care about the coffee at first. I just needed light, people, normal sounds. I needed reality to feel solid again. Her name tag said Nina, asked if I was okay, and I must have looked pretty rough because she kept watching me while she rang me up. I asked her if any emergency vehicles had gone by in the last half hour. She said no. And then she added, casually, like it was just a weird coincidence, "Actually, there hasn't been much traffic at all for a while." She shrugged it off after that, but I couldn't. I stood there gripping this paper cup, feeling my hands finally stop trembling just because another human being was talking to me about normal things. I went home, exhausted, and slept like I'd been knocked out. But in the morning, it was still in my head. That feeling, that silence, that blank sky, the overturned car. So I got dressed, got in my car, and drove back to the spot. And there was nothing. No wreck, no debris, no torn-up field, no tracks, no flattened grass. Nothing to show a car had been upside down out there at all, especially that far into the farmland. It should have left evidence. It had to. My skin went cold. I checked my phone. No emergency call in my history. Not even a failed call. Just nothing. Like the conversation had never happened. I drove home in a daze, trying to convince myself I'd mixed up the night, mixed up the location, something, anything. And then I remembered my shoes. The night before, when I got home, I'd put them in the bathtub to rinse them because they were caked in mud from walking into that field. I went to the bathroom. They were still there. Dirty, streaked with dried mud. I looked up local news, police reports, anything. There was nothing. No crash, no mention of an overturned car, no injured driver, no late-night response. And that's the part that still gets me, even now. Because if it was a dream, fine. If it was stress, fine. If my mind played tricks on me, okay. But then why were my shoes in the bathtub? Sometimes, when I can't sleep, I replay it and my mind circles the same questions like it's trying to land on something that makes sense. What if I had waited longer? Why didn't I call emergency services again? Why were there no stars? Why was it so silent? And the worst one, the one I don't like saying out loud. If the car was real, where did it go? Because I still don't have an answer. I just have the memory of a road that went empty, a night sky that went dark, and a feeling in my chest that I have never felt before or since. So, picture this. It's a totally ordinary weeknight. We're all at the dinner table. Me, my husband, the kids, plates clinking, everyone halfway focused on food and halfway on whatever story someone's telling. And then we hear it. Not like a gentle oops, not like something sliding off a counter. It was a sharp crack, ceramic on tile, with that ugly little echo you get in a stairwell. Immediately, my eyes snapped to the stairs, because the stairs are basically straight in my line of sight from where I was sitting. I see two pieces, two shards, bounce on the tile steps, like they were thrown into the space. And my first thought is, something fell from upstairs. Second floor, maybe third. Because that's what makes sense, right? So we all get up and walk over. And the second I'm close enough to really see the pieces, my stomach does this weird drop. They look familiar. The color, the thickness, the curve. And right there on the side table by the stairs is this little ceramic pot, an empty plant pot I've been meaning to move for weeks. It's sitting exactly where it always sits, like it's innocent. But the shards on the stairs look like they belong to it. At first, my brain refuses to connect it, because how does a pot break and shoot sideways? Like, what, did it decide to do a dramatic exit? But then we follow the trail. The path of those pieces is weirdly straight, like they traveled in a direct horizontal line from that side table, not from above. One of the shards had even slid under this tiny gap beneath a glass stair panel, like it had momentum, like it had been launched. We pick up the pieces, bring them back, and I swear to you, they fit perfectly into the pot, like a puzzle. The pot had been intact, sitting there quietly, and now it was missing exactly those two chunks. So now we're standing there doing the most human thing ever, trying to recreate reality. We check the upper floors. We look for something small and heavy, like maybe a little decor object or a tool or anything that could have fallen, hit the pot, and sent pieces flying. Nothing. No missing item. No extra object rolling away. No second sound. Just the crack and those two shards. And what really threw me was this. The pot's rim wasn't chipped. There wasn't a dent. No mark that screamed, "Something hit me." It looked like it simply snapped and ejected pieces with force. Now here's where it gets personal, because my husband, Elias, has this belief from his family. In his culture, when something like glass or ceramic breaks inside the home, it can mean the evil eye has been absorbed and dispersed. Like, instead of landing on a person, the negative energy finds an exit through something breaking. And I know how that sounds. I do. I'm not floating around the house with incense looking for portals. I'm a maybe there's a logical explanation kind of person, but I'm also not the type to ignore a string of strange things when they pile up, because this wasn't the first time something like this happened to us. A while back, we had guests over, Nadia and her husband. Sweet couple, but they'd been struggling to have a baby for years. At the time, we had a newborn. The visit was normal, dinner was normal, until our baby suddenly started screaming like I have never heard in my life. Not hungry crying, not tired crying. This was that panicked, piercing, continuous scream that makes your whole body go cold. It went on for about 20 minutes straight. We couldn't calm her down. Nothing worked, and I got so scared I actually called an ambulance. When the paramedics arrived, she was completely calm, like peacefully normal. They checked her, reassured us, and left. Fast forward to now. I'm pregnant again. I'm visibly pregnant, like there's no hiding it anymore. And earlier today, I met up with a bunch of former coworkers, maybe 10 or 12 of them, people I haven't seen in a while. And it was one of those gatherings where everyone is happy for you, but the comments are a lot. Compliments, yes, but also the kind of admiration that feels heavy. "Oh my gosh, you're glowing. I'm so jealous, I want that. You're so lucky you get to stay home right now. I wish I could be pregnant." And none of them said anything cruel. They were being kind. But it was that concentrated attention, everyone staring, touching my belly, talking about what they want, what they miss, what they wish they had. And I remember leaving the meetup feeling oddly drained, even though nothing bad happened. Then we come home, we sit down for dinner, and the pot basically explodes sideways in the same room we're sitting in. So we call my mother-in-law, Miriam, because she fully believes in the evil eye, no hesitation. And she immediately goes, "That's what it is." Like it's the most obvious thing in the world. And I'm standing there thinking, okay, but if it's not that, what is it? And then, to make it even weirder, we remembered something else. A few days ago, our house cleaner, Roberto, left a broken clay ornament on the table to show us. I assumed he'd accidentally knocked it while cleaning. No big deal. Stuff breaks. Life happens. But when we told him about the pot today, he looked genuinely unsettled and said, "No, I didn't break that ornament." He said he found it already cracked the last time he cleaned, like it had a piece missing before he even touched it. And he's been with us long enough that I trust him to tell me if he dropped something. He's careful, and he's honest. So now I've got multiple breakages with no clear cause, and this one, the pot, didn't just break. It threw pieces. And that's the part that keeps replaying in my mind. The trajectory, the force, the fact that my eyes were on the stairs and I didn't see anything else fall. So I'm here in this uncomfortable middle space where half of me wants to be rational. Temperature change, hairline fracture, pressure, vibrations, whatever. And the other half of me is like, okay, but why now? Why right after that meetup? Why does it feel like the house is reacting? And I'll be honest, I'm a little shaken. Not because I'm convinced there's something evil in my home, but because it happened so close to us, so suddenly, and it felt targeted, like it chose a direction. So that's where I am, wondering if this is just physics being creepy, or if it's something people have been describing for centuries with different names. Evil eye, energy, a presence, a warning, a release. And the scariest part isn't even the pot. It's how normal the night was right before it happened. Okay, so fair warning, this is one of those topics that turns into a full-on rabbit hole the second you tug on it. I don't have clean answers yet. I just have a growing pile of patterns that won't leave me alone. After my last post, a few of you asked what I actually do have. Like, what's the part that feels solid enough to talk about without me sounding like I'm just spiraling in my own head? So I figured I'd lay it out the way I've been thinking about it. And maybe it'll spark a real discussion instead of the usual ghost story back and forth. I originally started with what people call the brimmed man. And yeah, I'm choosing that name here on purpose because the name changes depending on who you ask. But the image stays the same. He was the first entity I ever encountered, and what messed with me wasn't even my own experience at first. It was the fact that other people I knew had seen him too, years before I ever said a word about what happened to me. Like, they brought him up casually, the way someone mentions a weird, recurring dream. And I remember thinking, wait, you too? Once I started digging, it got unsettling fast. I've collected a handful of older paranormal reference books over the years, some of them dusty, some of them newer, and almost all of them mention some version of him. And then you go online, and it's like stepping into a crowd that's been talking about the same thing without realizing it. Podcasts, forums, documentaries, whole Reddit threads where thousands of people are basically describing the same silhouette. For a long time, I sat with all of that and didn't know what to do with it. And then I had an experience with something else. Something people in different places call the ceiling drifter or the crawl thing. And honestly, if you want to fall down the deepest part of the rabbit hole, start there. Go watch a few random episodes of any ghost hunting show. Doesn't even matter which one. Pay attention to how often some location reports a crawler, a creeper, a thing in the corner, whatever the label is. Then listen closely to the descriptions, because once you notice it, you can't unnotice it. The stories are almost carbon copies. Now, back to the brimmed man for a second. I personally think he's not the same as the general shadow person category. People lump them together, but the vibe is different, and the details are too specific. This figure shows up everywhere. Different continents, different cultures, totally different generations. Some researchers claim reports go back at least to the late 1800s, and whether that's perfectly accurate or not, it's clear the story isn't new. What fascinates me is the consistency. He's almost always described as too tall, like uncomfortably tall. People will say 6.5, 7 feet, sometimes taller. And then there's the hat. The hat style changes. Sometimes it's wide-brimmed. Sometimes it's more like an old-fashioned fedora shape. Sometimes it's somewhere in between, but it never changes enough to pin him to a specific decade. Nobody goes, oh, that's clearly a 1920s guy. No, People just know, immediately. It's that same gut-level recognition. That's him. And in most accounts, including mine, he doesn't do anything dramatic. No speech, no big chase scene. He just stands there, silent, still, watching. And then he fades, or he slides back into darkness like the dark is a doorway. Now, I know the most common explanation, especially online, is sleep paralysis. And look, I'm not dismissing sleep paralysis. I get why that explanation is popular. But it doesn't fit every case. It doesn't fit mine. And I've talked to enough people, friends of friends, people who weren't trying to be spooky about it, who swear they were fully awake in normal conditions and still saw the same thing. And that's the part that keeps pulling me deeper. How can so many people who have never met, who live in different countries, who didn't grow up on the same stories, describe nearly identical encounters? That's where the whole recurring entities idea starts to feel bigger than a ghost story. There's another one that fits into this same pattern, the night hag, also known in some circles as the old woman, the old hag, the black-clad visitor. This one is probably the most common of the three, and unlike the brimmed man, she's almost always tied to sleep paralysis. The reports repeat like a script. Someone wakes up frozen, can't move, can't speak, and there's an older woman, often dressed in black, moving toward them. People describe feeling her weight, her heaviness, like the air thickens. And when they finally snap out of it, she's gone. But the feeling doesn't vanish right away. It lingers, like your body remembers it even when your brain tries to file it away as just a nightmare. And then there's the ceiling drifter, the one that still creeps me out the most to talk about, because it's often not humanoid at all. People describe it as a moving mass, like a knot of darkness darker than the shadows around it. Shifting, smearing, sometimes swelling larger, like it's breathing without lungs. It shows up a lot in older places, abandoned buildings, empty hospitals, shut down schools, half-renovated houses. And here's what's weird. Those locations usually have their own regular haunting stories tied to the place. A person, a tragedy, a name. But this thing, it feels random, like it doesn't belong to the building at all, like it's not from there, it's just in there, hanging out in a corner, up near the ceiling, like it's waiting for something. And nobody ever has a clear explanation for why it's there. So yeah, I'll be honest with you. I find it easier to believe there's something paranormal going on than to accept that this is all just a shared subconscious glitch. I can acknowledge that some experiences are sleep-related, absolutely. But the consistency across time and geography is hard to shrug off. And I keep thinking about the questions we usually ask. Why is this building haunted? Why hasn't this spirit moved on? What's keeping them here? But what if those aren't the right questions? What if the paranormal isn't only about ghosts stuck to specific tragedies or soaked into specific locations? What if it's something more intricate, something woven into human consciousness, or something that intersects our reality only under certain conditions? And here's the thought that won't leave me alone. What if these recurring entities aren't random at all? What if they're part of a larger system, something that brushes up against our world in predictable ways, even if we don't understand the rules yet? I don't know. I'm not claiming I've solved anything. I'm just saying, the patterns are there. And once you start seeing them, it gets really hard to look away. So, about 5 or 6 weeks ago, I had one of those experiences that makes your stomach drop, in your own home of all places. We live in a standalone house, no shared walls, no upstairs neighbors, nothing like that. Normally, it's not even quiet here. My mom, My sister, our 2 dogs, and a couple cats keep the place feeling busy and lived in. But that night was different. My sister was out staying with her partner, so it was just me, my mom, and the pets. I'd come home from work pretty wiped out, and all I wanted was a hot bath. I went upstairs, ran the water, and finally sank in. Like that first exhale where you can feel your shoulders unclench. And then the silence got interrupted. I heard footsteps on the main staircase. Not light ones either. Slow, heavy, purposeful. The kind of steps where each one lands like the person means to be heard. In my head, I immediately went, "Oh, it's Mom." The steps reached the top of the stairs and didn't hesitate. They moved straight toward her bedroom. And right after that, this awful noise started. Her big mirrored wardrobe, those heavy sliding doors on a track, started getting thrown around. Not gently opened, not a little rummaging. It sounded like someone was yanking the doors hard and slamming drawers shut over and over, like they were angry or in a panic. The impact was so forceful it felt like it vibrated through the floor. Still thinking it was my mom, I called out, "Hey, can you bring me a towel? I forgot one." Nothing. So I called again, louder this time. "Mom?" And then I heard her, faint, from downstairs, like she had to raise her voice to reach me. "I'm in the kitchen." I swear, my whole body went cold. Because if she was downstairs, then someone was upstairs. And not just upstairs. They were in her room, slamming things like they owned the place. I got out of the bath so fast I didn't even think. Water everywhere, feet slipping on the tile, heart pounding in my throat. I wrapped myself in whatever I could grab and rushed to her bedroom. I flipped on the light and started checking everything. Behind the door, the corners, the closet space, even behind the big mirrored sliding panels. I was half expecting to find someone crouched in there holding their breath. But the room was empty. And here's the part that still gets me. The wardrobe doors were perfectly closed. The drawers looked normal, neat, like nobody had touched a thing. I just stood there for a second, trying to make my brain make it make sense. Like maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe bath water in your ears does weird stuff. Maybe I dozed off for a second. So I went downstairs, still shaking, and asked my mom, carefully, if she'd heard anything. She looked at me and went, completely serious, "Yeah, I thought you were stomping around upstairs." That confirmation is what really messed with me. Because if it was only me, I could explain it away as a tired brain, or plumbing sounds, or the house settling, or literally anything. But we both heard it. The heavy steps, the violent slamming, in a detached house, with no one else home. I don't walk around thinking my place is haunted or anything. It's not like it's a constant thing. But every couple of years, something happens that's just too big to shrug off. Then everything goes quiet again for a long time, like nothing ever happened. Okay, so before I start, I need to say this. I remember weirdly little about that vacation. I was around 10, and I've always been the kind of person who forgets defects fast. But 2 moments from that trip have stayed so sharp in my head that it honestly feels like they've been waiting for me in the dark ever since. This was in Puerto Rico, right around New Year's. My dad, Marco, decided we should rent this small place outside of town for a long weekend. That wasn't totally unusual for us back then, but I was thrilled. I've always loved long drives, the kind where you're half asleep in the back seat and the world feels big and safe and full of possibilities, you know? I remember messing around with my little brother Nico, annoying my sister Elena, the usual kid stuff. Nothing dramatic. When we finally got there, the outside of the rental was actually pretty, like postcard pretty. Lots of plants, warm air, that soft glow everything gets near the coast. Inside, it felt cozy too. Nothing screamed danger or haunted or anything like that. For a few minutes, it was just a normal family trip. And then I looked toward the kitchen. The kitchen had this little counter, almost like a breakfast bar, that made kind of an open window into the room. There was the main doorway, and then that counter opening, and behind the refrigerator there was this narrow slice of shadowed space. And in that shadow, I saw it. I'm trying to describe this in a way that doesn't sound like I'm just telling some cheesy, scary story, but I swear I'm not exaggerating. It was hunched, like it didn't quite fit in the room. From the way it was folded over and how high the ceiling seemed, I remember thinking it must have been 8 or 9 feet tall if it stood up straight. Its skin was this sick, rotten brown, wrinkled in a way that made it look wrong, like meat that shouldn't exist anymore. And where its arms should have been, there weren't arms. Just these long, thin stubs, like the limbs had been cut away cleanly and then covered over with smooth skin. Its torso was so thin I felt like I could see bone through it. Ribs, spine, all of it, like a stretched out shape of a body. But the worst part was the face. It was almost human, which somehow made it worse. Like somebody had taken a person's head and inflated it, round and swollen, but still wrinkled like an elderly face. Its mouth was pulled back way too far, like a grin, but not a grin, and I could see gums and these yellow teeth that looked old and sick. And the thing is, I don't remember it having eyes, like there was nothing where eyes should be. But I have never felt stared at so intensely in my life. I froze, completely. I wanted to scream, I wanted to run, but my body didn't move. It felt like my lungs forgot what to do. And for a few seconds, it was just me and that thing, staring at each other across the kitchen, like the whole world had narrowed into that one strip of air. Then something happened that I still don't know how to explain. It felt like I got pulled forward. Not like someone grabbed my shirt, more like my brain got yanked closer. My vision turned foggy, like static on an old TV. And I heard this sound, like a song almost, but warped, distorted, like someone humming through a broken speaker. It only lasted a few seconds, 5, maybe 6, but it felt way longer. And then it was just gone. That first night somehow, I still fell asleep. I was scared, yeah, but I told myself I'd imagined it, or I'd seen a shadow wrong, or my kid brain was being dramatic. But the next night, I stopped being able to lie to myself. It was late, around 1 or 2 a.m., and I woke up thirsty. I wanted water, and I also wanted one of the little snacks we'd brought because I was a kid, and that's what kids do. So I got up and went to the bedroom door. We always closed it when we slept, so I reached for the handle. And I froze again. This time, it wasn't because I saw something. It was because I felt something. This wave of dread hit me so hard it felt physical, like being slammed in the chest. I remember thinking, super clearly, if I open that door, something horrible is going to happen to me. Not a vague worry, not nerves. It felt like a warning screamed straight into my bones. I got cold all over. My stomach turned. I felt so sick with fear I thought I might throw up. So I crawled back into bed and pulled the blanket over my head like it could protect me. And that's when the footsteps started. Not normal footsteps. Not, oh, Dad's walking around footsteps. These sounded like they were everywhere. Like the house had layers and something was moving through all of them. Above me, below me, beside me. like it was walking inside the walls and the ceiling and the floor at the same time. Every now and then it would sound closer, and I'd hold my breath so hard my chest hurt. My sister Elena slept in the other bed, right next to this small window, and somehow she didn't wake up at all, not even once. That almost scared me more, like whatever was happening wasn't allowed to touch her, or didn't care to. I stayed like that forever, just listening, shaking, trying not to cry loudly enough for anyone to hear. The only reason I know how long it lasted is because at some point the room started getting lighter. The fear didn't disappear, but it thinned out like fog as the sunrise came in. When the sun was finally up, I forced myself out of bed and opened the door. Nothing. The house was quiet, peaceful even, like it had been asleep the whole time and I was the only one who'd been awake. I ended up sleeping the rest of the morning out of pure exhaustion, like my body just shut down to recover. After that, the feeling of being watched got worse. Like, not a constant panic, more like this tightness you carry, this sense that the air behind you isn't empty. I kept thinking I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, especially in doorways and near the balcony, but every time I looked directly, nothing. And the last night before we left, I'm almost sure I saw it again. I got up to use the bathroom, and when I glanced toward the balcony, I swear it was there. Just a shape, hunched the same way, watching. When I did a double take, it was gone. Later, my sister told me, out of nowhere, that she'd seen something outside on the balcony too. She didn't describe it the same way I did, and she couldn't say when exactly she saw it. But the fact that she said anything at all made my skin go cold. We never went back. It didn't follow us, at least not in any real way. But every once in a while, especially around New Year's, I still dream about that place. And in the dream, I'm 10 again, staring into the kitchen, and my body won't move, and I can feel it looking at me even without eyes. I know how it sounds. I know. If someone told me this story, I'd probably assume they were making it up, or dressing it up into something scarier than it really was. And I will never, ever stay in a place like that again. So, I've lived in a few really old apartments out in Cheyenne, Wyoming, but the oldest one, without question, was smack in the middle of downtown, right above this loud, always busy bar. Honestly, it was a bright little place during the day. Sun poured in through the windows, and if you didn't know any better, you'd think it was just charming. But the thing is, that apartment came with extras. Nothing ever felt outright dangerous, no get out now feeling. But there were enough weird little moments to keep me on edge, like the building was always clearing its throat to remind me I wasn't alone. To understand why it felt spooky, you have to know a little about that part of Wyoming. Those old downtown blocks carry history, the kind that isn't gentle. There were decades of hard living and harder fighting, old bar brawls, messy love stories, cops chasing the wrong people down the wrong alleys. The town cemetery is huge, and at one point, it was even relocated. People like to whisper that not everyone got moved properly, which, great, right? And then there were the tunnels. Supposedly, there used to be an underground tunnel system connecting different parts of downtown. Folks said it got shut down years ago because parts of it were unstable, and because some ugly stuff happened down there when nobody was looking. Whether all of that is true or not, I can tell you this. The basement of my building lined up with where those tunnels ran. There was a bricked-off section that always made my stomach feel tight when I looked at it, like it was holding its breath. Now, here's another detail that always stuck with me. The building wasn't always apartments. It had a reputation back in the day as a brothel. You could still see this odd little feature on the door, this small window pane with an old curtain. I learned later what it was for. Curtain open meant a woman was available. Curtain closed meant not available. Apparently that setup used to be common in that area because there were so many places like that tucked above shops and bars. And people swear some of them stayed active way later than you'd expect. Because of that, I always had this sense that the presence in my apartment, if that's what it was, felt feminine. Not mean, not threatening, more like curious, like they had been there a long time and didn't really see a reason to leave. Except for this one night. This one night is still the creepiest thing that ever happened to me in that place. It was a Friday, and downtown was loud beneath my floorboards. Music, footsteps, people laughing too hard on the sidewalk. I was upstairs with my boyfriend at the time, Nolan. We'd been drinking, nothing crazy, just the kind of tipsy where you start thinking your own ideas sound hilarious. And that's when Nolan goes, "We should use a Ouija board." And I know. But here's the thing. I wasn't one of those people who treated it like a party trick. I didn't ask anything nasty. I didn't taunt. I didn't try to summon some dark, mysterious force. I was careful. I always said hello. Always said goodbye. I treated it like knocking on someone's door. Nolan did not share my philosophy. He thought it was funny to poke at whatever might be around. He started making little comments, sort of daring the room to respond. At first, nothing. No chills. No shifting shadows. The planchette didn't budge. It was just us sitting there like idiots, waiting for a plastic triangle to do something magical. So then Nolan gets this bright idea. He decides we should take it down to the basement that already felt wrong even in the middle of the day. He wanted to play down there, where it's more active, he said, like we were going ghost fishing. And then, maybe 2 minutes later, it happened. I was standing in my little kitchen, and all at once, the air turned cold. Not, oh, it's drafty cold. This was like stepping into a shadow, like someone had opened a freezer door inside my chest. And right after that, pop. My kitchen light burst. Not just flickered, not just went out. It burst. A sharp crack, like a tiny firework. For half a second, I saw that quick spark inside the glass, and then it went dark. I stood there in the dim, frozen in place, and the only thing I could hear was the muffled thump of music from the bar below me, and my own breathing. I cannot explain to you the feeling that filled the room after that. It was like being stared at, like the space behind me was suddenly occupied. I kept waiting for Nolan to come back upstairs, and every second felt stretched thin. I didn't want to turn around, and I didn't want to move. I just stood there, heart pounding, whispering, "Nope, no, we're done." When he finally came back up, he was buzzing like he'd just been on a roller coaster. "Did you hear that? That was insane." He kept talking about how wild it was, how the board felt weird, how the basement gave him the creeps, like he was proud of it. And I was so angry I could have cried. I told him, "You don't get to come into my home and be rude to whatever's here." I made him put the Ouija board away properly, and I made him replace the light bulb too, because honestly, it felt like the least he could do after he went downstairs and antagonized the entire building. And after that, things settled back into their usual pattern. Little odd moments, little reminders, nothing dramatic. But that night made one thing very clear to me. Whatever was in that apartment didn't mind me. It minded him. Hey, so I've been living in Fort Collins, Colorado for about 5 years now, and I've had my fair share of weird little moments out here. But there's one night that still sits in the back of my mind like a pebble in a shoe. It happened up near Vidavoo, that stretch of wild, wind-sculpted rock and forest out in the Medicine Bow area. If you've ever been there, you might know what I mean when I say it has a presence. Not evil, not threatening, just like you're not alone, even when it's quiet. One thing I should mention up front, I'm a wheelchair user, and my best friend, her name's Mara, she's able-bodied. That detail matters later. So this was a rough week for me. Something happened that really rattled me, and I called Mara because I just didn't want to be by myself. She didn't try to fix it or pep talk me or anything. She just said, "Do you want to get out for a bit? We could drive up into the woods." And honestly, that sounded like the only thing I could handle. We threw on hoodies, grabbed drinks from a gas station, and headed out. The drive into Vitavu is short, and at first it was totally normal. Dark, calm, that kind of peaceful night where the road feels like it's floating through the trees. Then we crested a hill and saw something ahead of us on the trail. 2 red lights. Not headlights like a truck, not bright enough for a car. They were low to the ground and spaced in a way that didn't make sense, and they were coming toward us steadily, like whatever it was had a slow, even pace. Mara slowed down, and we both did that thing where you stop talking at the exact same time without meaning to. At first, we assumed it was some kind of off-road vehicle, maybe an ATV or somebody with a weird setup. But as we got closer, it didn't feel like that. It wasn't bouncing the way lights usually do when something's driving over uneven terrain. It was too smooth. We topped the next rise, and Mara started to pull over to give them room to pass. And then, they didn't. They just weren't there anymore. No engine sound, no crunch of tires on gravel, no flash of turning, nothing. And the thing is, there weren't really any side paths right there. If it had turned off, we would have seen it. The road is pretty open in that stretch. We sat there for a second, both staring into the dark like it might explain itself. Mara finally went, "Okay, that's weird," in the calmest voice she could manage, which somehow made it worse. We kept going anyway, because that's what you do when you're trying to convince yourself you're fine. Our plan was to drive up to Ranger's Point. It's this little lookout area where you can see the lights of town spread out below. We weren't planning to hike, just roll up, breathe, feel small under the sky, go home. When we got to the gate where the trail begins, I pulled myself forward to get a little closer, just to see, just to feel like we'd actually made it. And my wheelchair locked up. Not like the brakes were on, not like a pebble jammed the wheel. I mean, it stopped so hard it felt like something had grabbed it. Mara immediately came around, crouched down, and checked everything. She looked for rocks, roots, anything that could snag the wheels. Nothing. Then, as suddenly as it happened, I was free again. We both laughed a little. Nervous laughter, you know? The kind you use like a charm to keep the dark from noticing you. Mara said, "Try again. Maybe you caught a groove or something." And the instant my front wheels reached the exact line where the gate began, it happened again. Locked. Like a firm hand pressing down. And that's when the feeling hit me. That unmistakable, full-body certainty that someone, or something, was watching us. Not in a "you're about to be attacked" way, more like a message. Don't go farther. I remember swallowing and realizing my mouth had gone dry. Mara looked up at me, and she didn't even have to ask. I think my face said it all. I just went, really quietly, "I don't like this." And she didn't argue, not even a little. She stood up and said, "Okay, we're done here." We got back in the car, doors shutting like punctuation marks, and drove until we found a little pull-off near a campsite, somewhere that felt less like we were crossing a boundary we weren't invited past. And here's the part that still messes with my head. After all of that, the night turned beautiful. On the way back, the sky opened up with the most unreal meteor shower I've ever seen. I'm talking long, bright streaks, one after another, like the universe was trying to distract us, or reward us, or soften the edges of whatever just happened. By the time I got home, I could breathe again. I felt steadier, like I'd been carried through the worst part of the night and placed gently on the other side. But if I'm honest, the only moment I was truly scared wasn't the lights. It was that feeling at the gate, because I still don't know what stopped my chair. Maybe it was a weird mechanical thing. Maybe the ground was angled in just the wrong way. Maybe it was coincidence stacked on top of coincidence. Or maybe there really was something up that trail, a bear, a person, an accident waiting to happen. Or maybe it was nothing at all. But I know what it felt like. It felt like the forest leaned close and said, very clearly, "Not tonight." And I'm glad, so glad, that I listened. Okay, so I'm going to tell you two things that happened when I was a kid. And I'm not exaggerating when I say I hated the bedroom wing of my parents' house. It wasn't just, oh, it's dark and spooky. It was this constant feeling like I wasn't meant to be there alone. I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye. Once, just once, I watched a little sound-activated toy kick on in total silence, like it had heard something I couldn't. And the hallway. Ugh. My parents had these carved wooden masks hanging up, kind of tribal style, and I swear, they felt like they were watching. Even in the daytime, they made my skin prickle. So, that's the vibe. Now here are the two moments I still can't fully explain. The first one happened when I was about 6 or 7. I had this dream that my cousin, let's call him Milo, was quizzing me with trivia questions. In the dream, I finally knew an answer and I got so excited that I snapped awake and just shouted it. Like I was still in the dream, yelling it out to win. And then I realized, I'm awake. I'm in my room. It's the middle of the night. And I'm yelling into an empty house. I remember the embarrassment first, like that hot, stupid feeling. I went quiet and listened, expecting to hear my mom calling my name or my dad stomping down the hall. Nothing. That's when the embarrassment slid into this weird, creeping confusion, because I was loud, and nobody reacted. So I looked around my room, trying to orient myself, and my eyes landed on the wardrobe at the foot of my bed. It was just a plain, freestanding wardrobe, 2 doors, no mirror, nothing fancy. On top, I kept a few stuffed animals lined up like little guards. That's what it always looked like. But in that moment, it didn't. It was like one of the ward doors was slightly open, or like there was some middle shelf I'd never noticed. And one of my teddy bears, this tan one I'd had forever, was sitting inside, kind of slumped forward. And I swear to you, it was rubbing its eyes, like a sleepy kid, like it had just woken up. I remember just staring, trying to make my brain fit what I was seeing into something normal. Like, okay, I'm still half dreaming. It's fine. My eyes are playing tricks. And then it turned around, and its eyes were bright. Not reflective, not caught the moonlight. They were this warm, metallic glow, like amber or gold, and they were too bright to belong in a dark room. I tried to scream, I really did, but my voice wouldn't come out right, like my throat seized. The only thing I managed was this pathetic little high squeak that got stuck halfway. And I did the most kid thing imaginable. I dove under my blanket and pulled it up to my nose like that would save me from whatever that was. I stayed frozen for a few seconds, listening so hard it felt like my ears were straining. Then I peeked out. The wardrobe was normal. Both doors shut. The teddy bears were all on top where they'd always been. Everything looked perfectly ordinary, like my room had never been anything else. And here's the part that messes with me. I didn't run. I didn't wake my parents. I didn't even cry. I just decided it was over. Like my brain snapped a folder shut and shoved it deep away. I remember clicking, okay, fine, we're not doing that. The second experience happened later, months or maybe a year after. The timeline is blurry, but the feeling isn't. By then, I had this habit of sneaking into my parents' room at night. Not every night, but enough that it was normal for me. I'd wake up in my own bed, feel that awful, wrong feeling about the hallway and those masks, and I'd shuffle into their room and wedge myself between them. One night, I'd already done that. I was safe, warm, squished between my mom and dad. Then I woke up again. The bedroom door was closed, but it had those textured glass panels, warped enough that you can't see details, just shapes and movement. And I saw someone out there, a silhouette, moving slowly along the hall. At first I thought it was my brother, let's call him Jonah, because who else would be walking around at night? But the shape didn't move like a sleepy kid going to the bathroom. It was hunched, low, almost dragging its steps, like it was tired in a way I couldn't name. I lay there, wide awake, watching it cross that glass. And then it stopped. And it turned its head toward the door, toward me. And through that warped, blurry glass, I saw the same thing. That soft gold glow, those eyes. Not bright like headlights, more like embers, like something alive in the dark. I didn't even think. I instantly went limp and shut my eyes and did this perfect performance of sleeping. You know when you're a kid and you suddenly become an Oscar-winning actor because you're terrified? That. A few seconds passed. I cracked my eyes open just a sliver. The silhouette was moving again, slowly, away down the hall, toward my brother's room. And again, I did something that still confuses me. I let myself believe it was my brother. I told myself I'd imagined the eyes. I rolled over and went back to sleep like that explanation was good enough. But later, days later, I replayed it and realized how little sense it made. Jonah didn't walk like that. He wasn't up wandering at night. And even if he had been, what kid has glowing gold eyes? Those are the only 2 times I ever saw them. The gold eyes. Twice, and both times I felt awake. Really awake. The first time I remember the embarrassment so clearly, that, oh my God, I just yelled for no reason feeling. The second time I remember the exact thought. Why is Jonah up? Why is he walking like that? And the wild part is, I didn't connect those 2 memories until much later. Like, years later. For the longest time, I only told people the teddy bear one, and it never clicked that both stories had the same detail. Same glow. Same color. Same looked right at me feeling. Eventually, when I hit puberty, the fear of that bedroom hallway faded. It just loosened its grip. I could walk through there without my stomach dropping. But something else started happening instead. I started getting these weird hunches. Not dramatic, not I predicted a car crash kind of stuff. More subtle. Like I'd suddenly feel moved to say something, even if it didn't match what I was thinking, and then later it would turn out to be exactly the thing someone needed, or exactly what was about to happen. It's honestly kind of boring when I try to explain it out loud, but it's eerie when it happens. Like, the feeling is calm and certain, and then reality catches up. And I don't know what you believe, but I still can't decide if those were dreams bleeding into waking life, or if I was seeing something real and my kid brain just didn't have the tools to deal with it. But I'll tell you this, I can still picture that wardrobe. I can still picture that hallway glass. And I can still feel what it was like to be looked at. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. Man, what a day. I'm so glad it's finally over, because this is my favorite part. Sitting down with the mic and sharing paranormal stories from all around the world with you. Thank you so much for sending in your experiences, and please keep them coming. Drop a comment below and tell us where you're watching from. Now, it's time to dive into today's paranormal encounters. Grab your headphones, get comfy, and let's begin. Oh, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you never miss the latest videos on the channel. Thank you so much for being here. So, growing up, I was always that weird kid who was into things nobody really wanted to talk about. Ghosts, abandoned buildings, creepy documentaries. While other kids were into sports and pop stars, I was on the internet at 2 a.m. watching grainy paranormal videos and reading forum threads about haunted places. So, for my 13th birthday, my best friend at the time, Maya, and her mom, Claire, decided they were going to give me the perfect present. There was this old psychiatric hospital, kind of half museum, half tourist attraction, in a tiny coastal town a few hours from where we lived. Locals basically called it the asylum on the hill. People swore it was haunted, obviously. So of course, I was thrilled. On the drive there, Claire starts telling us about her friend, Rosa, who claims she's psychic. Rosa had gone on the same tour and told her the building was full of really dark stuff. Angry spirits, heavy energy, all that. She said the place didn't want people there. Now, you have to understand, at that age, I was obsessed with the paranormal, but I was also annoyingly skeptical. Like, I wanted ghosts to be real, but I also loved making fun of fake ghost shows. So when we finally pulled up to this big, crumbling brick building with boarded-up windows and those old metal fire escapes, I was more excited than scared. We go inside, and it's honestly pretty cool. There are glass cases full of old patient files, rusted medical tools, and the sort of uniforms they used to put people in when they were admitted. The halls smelled like dust and old disinfectant, and everything echoed. They still run tours there to this day, if you can believe it. Right before the tour actually starts, Claire leans in and goes, "Rosa said this place is full of demons, and they don't like visitors." And I just roll my eyes. So, being the cocky little teenager I was, I basically challenged the place. In my head, and I think even under my breath, I was like, if there's anything here, prove it. Hurt me. Possess me. Do something. You know when you look back and you're just like, wow, I was stupid? Yeah, that. We start the tour, and at first it's the usual haunted building stuff. I hear what sounds like a little boy crying down one of the hallways, but there were no boys in our group, just women and older couples. Then I hear footsteps behind us that don't match anybody's pace. That kind of thing doesn't freak me out too much. I'd had weird experiences before, and honestly, I just assumed it was the building creaking or my brain filling in gaps. But then, out of nowhere, I start feeling awful. Not like, oh, I'm a bit dizzy, but this deep wave of nausea that hits me out of the blue. My stomach turns, my head feels fuzzy, and then my back starts burning. And I don't mean like a little itch. It felt like someone had pressed a hot metal ruler against my skin and was dragging it down. Sharp, stinging lines, over and over. I tried to brush it off. I literally told myself, "You're just freaking yourself out. Calm down." I pulled my jacket tighter and kept walking. At one point, we stop in one of the main rooms, kind of like an old recreation hall. The tour guide tells us, "If you want, take some photos around here. People sometimes catch strange things in this room." So everyone pulls out their phones. So I go in, stand in front of the mirror, and take a quick selfie. Just one. I don't even look at it. The guide's already calling us to move on, so I tuck my phone away and rush back out. The rest of the tour is, honestly, kind of boring. Interesting history, sure, talking about old treatments, the patients, what the place used to be like. But in terms of paranormal stuff, nothing huge. Meanwhile, though, my body is going through it. My nausea keeps getting worse, the burning on my back intensifies, and I'm starting to feel like I might actually pass out. We were getting close to the end of the tour anyway, so Claire decides we'll just leave a bit early. The second we walk out, step off the property, and get back into the car, it's like flipping a switch. The nausea disappears. The pressure in my head eases. The burning in my back goes from a sharp pain to this dull throb. I remember sitting there thinking, okay, that's weird, because I'd been to a lot of so-called haunted spots before, and nothing felt like that. When we got back to Maya's place, I finally said, "Hey, can you check my back?" I did something stupid and told any demons in that place to hurt me. My back's killing me. I was half joking when I said it. Maya pulls up the back of my shirt, and she just screams. Not like a playful scream, a real one. She immediately grabs her phone and starts taking photos. I'm spinning in circles trying to see in the mirror, asking her what's going on, totally freaking out. When she shows me the picture, I honestly feel my heart drop. Across my back, there are 4 long, angry red scratches, like claw marks. 2 of them are actually bleeding. They're spaced in this way that I couldn't have done to myself even if I tried. I just physically can't reach that part of my back. And on one side, near my shoulder blade, there's this dark, round mark that looks almost like a bruise in the shape of a bite, about as big as the top of my thumb. At that point, I'm panicking. I'd always kind of laughed off the idea of demons. Ghosts? Maybe. Residual energy? Sure. But demons felt like horror movie stuff. I remember suddenly thinking about that mirror selfie I took in the creepy bathroom. My hands were shaking as I opened my camera roll. I scroll back, find the photo, and my whole body just went cold. In the picture, I'm standing there in the mirror, looking kind of annoyed because the lighting was bad. But behind me, right over my shoulder, is this tall, thin, shadowy figure. It doesn't have a clear face, just this long, dark shape, almost like a person made out of smoke. It looks like it's leaning in, like it's standing right there with me. I completely lost it. I burst into tears, full-on sobbing, because in that moment, it felt like everything clicked. The burning, the nausea, the scratches, the weird noises, and then this thing in the photo. I wish I could show you the picture, I really do, but I don't have access to it anymore. It was on an old phone that's long gone. Sometimes I think that's a blessing, honestly. Part of me wants proof. Another part of me never wants to see that image again. Ever since that day, I've never challenged anything like that again. No more, if you're real, prove it, nonsense. I still love spooky stories and haunted places, but that hospital? Whatever is in there, if anything is, I'm not messing with it. And I am definitely not going back. So, this story starts when I was about 3 years old. My mom and I had just moved into our very first place together after a few years of bouncing between relatives' houses. We ended up in this tiny upstairs apartment in an old duplex, the kind with creaky wooden stairs and slightly crooked door frames. It wasn't anything fancy, just a cozy living room, a little galley kitchen, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom. But to us, it felt like ours. That alone made it special. Our landlord and his family lived on the main floor, and we had the upper half. And it's there, in that funny little apartment, that I met 3 children. Their names were Jame, Rowan, and Lila. They talk to me all the time. I mean, constantly. They tell me stories, make up games, and they were very insistent about one thing. Don't tell your mom about us. She won't believe you. Of course, I told her anyway. I was 3. Secrecy was not my strong suit. When I told her their names, the one that really got her was Lila. See, where we lived, that name wasn't common at all. Mom told me later that the only Lila she'd ever known was a girl from her school, nearly 20 years before I was born. I had never met that Lila, never heard stories about her. Mom still doesn't know how I came up with that name so matter-of-factly. But what I really appreciate, looking back, is that she never told me they weren't real. She never brushed me off or laughed in my face. She just listened. Lila was the oldest in the way that she looked. She seemed about 9, maybe 12. She always felt like the big sister of the group. She'd step in when things got a little too wild and tell the boys to knock it off if they were trying to get me to do something questionable. Looking back, some of the stuff they suggested was pretty dangerous for a toddler, but somehow I survived it all. I remember Lila telling me she died in a car accident. In my mind, I've always associated her with the 1930s or 1940s. I can still picture her dress, this simple pattern dress with a crisp white collar, white socks, and dark Mary Jane shoes. She had long, curly, dark hair that bounced a little when she moved. There was something very gentle about her, like she was trying to look after all of us, even then. Rowan was different. He always felt like the oldest in terms of how long he'd been gone. He looked around 8 or 10, with hair that fell around his jawline. I mostly remember his shirt, a loose, plain white one. The kind that makes you think of bedtime. I've always thought maybe it was a nightshirt, because he told me he died in a house fire. I don't remember much more of his story than that. Rowan was the quietest of the 3. He didn't talk as much as the others. He mostly hovered nearby, following us from room to room. Every once in a while, he and Jame would team up to give me ideas for games or little adventures. I wish I remembered him more clearly, but he's the blurriest in my mind now. And then there was Jame. Jame looked about 5 or 6, the closest in age to me at the time, so naturally we were inseparable. He had this short blonde hair, kind of like an old-fashioned bowl cut, with the sides trimmed so it all sat at one length. He wore a white shirt, little shorts, long socks that nearly met the hem, and these old lace-up shoes. I don't remember him ever telling me how he died. Now, as an adult, I wonder if it was an illness or something sudden. But at the time, he was just Jame, my friend. He was the most outspoken of the 3, full of opinions, full of rules, full of bossy little kid energy. There's one story my mom loves to tell. She said something like, "Hey, I thought you were going outside." Apparently, I snapped back, very upset. Jame told me I'm not allowed to go outside right now. I have zero memory of this. But the way she tells it, I was genuinely mad about being overruled by an invisible boy. To this day, I still have no idea why he decided I wasn't allowed outside that day. But I do wonder sometimes if he saw something I didn't. When I was little, I talked about my friends all the time. How they died, what they wore, the things they said. My mom says I used to scare our relatives with how much detail I went into. They were already a bit freaked out, and then it escalated. It reached a point where a cousin's friend actually asked my mom if she'd bring me over to talk to the spirit in their house. That was the line for my mom. She got scared, not of me, but of what people might do with me if they saw me as some kind of free psychic. After that, she gently told me not to talk about the ghosts to other people anymore. So I stopped sharing, out loud at least. A lot changed as I got older. A few years later, life got heavy. Without getting into every detail, I went through a long, deep depression. During that time, I stopped seeing my friends. No more Lila, no more Rowan, no more Jame. I figured that meant they'd never been real, that maybe it was just a kid's overactive imagination, or some way my brain tried to cope with whatever was going on around me. So I tucked those memories away like old toys in a box. We moved a lot too, 4 different places over the years. Life kept happening. I grew up. Then, when I was around 16, everything changed again. It was the middle of the night. I couldn't sleep, so I got up and stepped out of my room. The house was dark and quiet in that specific way it only is at night, like the air is thicker. As I walked past the living room, something flickered at the edge of my vision, over by the built-in closet. I turned to look, not expecting anything. And there he was, plain as day. A faint, soft glow around him, but otherwise as solid to me as any person. Jame. He was peeking out from the side of the closet, smiling at me like he fully expected me to giggle and run over and start a game of hide and seek. He looked exactly the same. Same hair, same clothes, same little mischievous spark in his eyes. And then, as quickly as I noticed him, he ducked behind the wall. I went over to look, heart pounding. He was gone. I hadn't seen him in about 10 years at that point. I think what shocked me the most wasn't that I saw a ghost, it was who it was. Of all the spirits I'd ever seen, I never expected one of my childhood friends to come back. That moment was like a switch flicking on. My sight, for lack of a better word, had started to come back around then, but I honestly didn't think I'd see Jame again. I was wrong. After that, his activity picked up. Sometimes I'd hear my name whispered behind me, followed by, "Come play with me," in that sing-song little kid voice. There were nights I'd wake up pressed awkwardly against the wall, like I'd scooted over in my sleep to make room. I'd roll slightly and realize I could feel someone lying behind me, just for a second, and then I'd turn fully, and there'd be nothing there. It wasn't just me experiencing him anymore either. My mom saw him too. She once woke up and realized she could see the shape of a small body lying beside her on the bed. By the time she fully registered it, he was gone, but it shook her. He also loves watching her cook. That's kind of their thing. "Jame, stop that, you're going to make a mess," she'll mutter, even though no one's visible there. And yes, there was an incident with a few broken eggs. He hasn't repeated that one. We've moved multiple times since then. Different houses, different cities, even a completely different state. And Jame has followed us every step of the way. He's not a malicious presence. Naughty? Absolutely. But he's a good kid. He still feels like a child. Sometimes I honestly think he forgets I'm not 6 years old anymore, that I'm an adult now, and my idea of play is more like scrolling my phone in bed. He still wants to play games. Sometimes I'll hear a little giggle from another room or catch a glimpse of movement in the corner, and I'll realize he's just trying to get me to chase him like we used to. And honestly, I don't mind. If he wants to knock a spoon off the counter once in a while, or move my keys to some weird place, fine. I'll grumble, but I'll live. He doesn't hurt me. He doesn't hurt my mom. He leaves my cat alone. And except for the egg debacle, he hasn't broken anything important. He's well behaved as far as ghosts go. I think about him a lot, in terms of what he didn't get. There's a part of me that believes he's stuck forever as that little boy, just an echo of who he was when he was alive, a fragment of the soul that used to inhabit a living child. I feel bad for him, and I feel bad for his family, wherever they are. He died so young. I got to grow up, go through awkward teenage years, find myself, grieve, heal, change. I've lived ages he never got to see. Someone out there had to bury their little boy, and that grief must have been unbearable. I hope in some way they know this. He's still sweet, he's still kind, and I'm doing my best to take good care of him. If I knew his last name, if he remembered it, I'd probably try to find his grave. I really would. I'd bring flowers. I'd sit and talk to him there too. But he doesn't remember who he was before he was just Jame. There are big gaps in what he can recall, so I can't trace him back to his old life, his old house, his old family. All I can do is be his friend now. I think of Lila and Rowan too. I hope they moved on peacefully, wherever on is. And if not, I hope they found someone they like enough to follow around the way Jame chose me. Sometimes I imagine that one day Jame will finally get tired of this world, tired of hide and seek in small apartments, tired of peeking over countertops, and he'll just go. Somewhere softer, somewhere that fits him better than this half-life. Until that day, though, he's welcome here. If he wants to stay with me until the end of my days, he can. I'll keep making space for him, even if it just means talking out loud to an empty room and not freaking out when my spoon scoots a few inches on its own. I can't promise I'll be much good at crawling around playing games on the floor as I get older. My knees are already complaining sometimes. But I can promise this: as long as he wants to stay, he won't be alone. You know how some places just feel wrong the minute you think back on them? Yeah, for me, that place was the little rental on the corner of Becondale Drive. This was around 1983. I was about 11, living there with my older brother Daniel and my mom, Rosa. She was a single mom, working late shifts, doing her best. It wasn't a fancy house or anything, just a small, kind of tired-looking place at the end of the street in Arlington. But it had a personality, and not a friendly one. When Mom worked nights, it was just me in the living room, camped out on the couch. The TV faced away from the long central hallway, so my back was always to it. I'd watch Knight Rider, or The A-Team, trying to act like I was just a normal kid having a normal TV night, not a kid who was, honestly, kind of terrified. I loved making popcorn on the stovetop. Big metal pot, oil, salt, my little ritual. Above the stove was this old black plastic push-button switch for the exhaust fan. It made this loud ker-chunk when you pushed it in. You had to jam it pretty hard, like you really had to mean it. 7-8 pounds of force, easy. Thing is, I didn't always push it. I'd be standing there, watching the kernels start to dance, and over my head I'd hear it. Ker-chunk. Fan kicks on, loud. I'd jump every time. Then I'd have to reach up and switch it off again, acting like it was nothing. But it kept happening, over and over. Sometimes twice in a night. Nobody else home. Nobody near that switch. And that was one of the mild things. There were these weird mechanical and electrical fits the house would have. Lights would flicker in just one room, or the old box fan in the hallway would hum and jerk, and then just stop like it changed its mind. Plates would slide a few inches on the counter, and then, on 2 different occasions, one just shattered all on its own. Didn't fall, didn't get bumped, just cracked and burst, like it decided it was done being a plate. Sometimes, sitting in the living room with the TV turned up, I'd hear loud bangs and thumps from the back bedroom, down that long, dark hallway. It sounded like someone was dropping furniture or slamming drawers. I never went to check. Not once. I was scared enough that I started bringing a big kitchen knife with me to the couch. I'd tuck it on the cushion next to me under a throw pillow. Picture this skinny kid watching TV with the volume too loud, pretending everything's fine, and his hand is resting on a knife the whole time. Mom would come home and find the knife on the couch later. "Why is this here?" she'd ask. I'd just shrug. We both kind of knew why, but we didn't want to talk about it. Saying it out loud felt like it might make it worse. There were other things too. Small, strange fires. Once, there was this little blaze in the bathroom, like something in the wastebasket had just decided to spontaneously catch fire. Another time, it was a corner of a towel. Not big fires, but enough to blacken the wall and scare everyone. We could never really explain it. Faulty wiring, someone said. Maybe a cigarette butt, someone else, even though nobody smoked inside. Then there were the pictures. We had these framed photos hanging in the hall. One night I was walking past, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw one of the frames slowly tilt forward, like it was on hinge instead of a nail, like someone had gently opened it. When I turned to look directly, it eased back into place. Not a drop, not a swing, more like a deliberate movement. I told myself I was tired. I told myself it was my imagination. Honestly, that was the only way not to completely freak out. It looked like a figure, human-shaped but not solid, kind of vaporous, without a clear face, standing on the other side of that opening, just watching, calmly. No movement, no threat, but it was there. The air felt colder around me, and my skin prickled from head to toe. I blinked hard, squeezed my eyes shut. When I looked again, it was gone. I told myself it was a dream. I needed it to be a dream. Some afternoons, Mom would come home from work and head straight to her room. Then she'd yell out, frustrated, "Who's been in my room?" Drawers open, bedspread crumpled, shoes in the middle of the floor. Stuff knocked over like someone had been rummaging through her things. My brother and I would look at each other and both say, "Not me." We only lived in that house about 6 months before we moved to another rental across Arlington. We didn't talk about the old place. It was like an unspoken rule. We left it, and that was that. Or so I thought. Fast forward a few years. I'm 16 now, sitting with 3 friends in a different living room. One of them, a girl named Haley, hears me mention that old house on Pecandale, and she lights up like it's story time. "We should use a witch board," she says. She meant a Ouija board. Not my thing. I'd grown up in church, and this was exactly the kind of stuff they said not to mess with. But my friends outvoted me. So we set it up on the coffee table. Lights dim. Everybody's fingers on the little plastic pointer. Planchette, whatever it's called. I decided, fine, if we're doing this, I'm going to test it. I started asking questions in my head. Things I'd never told them about, like, how old was I when that happened in the bathroom? Or, what color was the couch in that house? Or, what room scared me the most? I didn't say a word out loud. And the board answered. It spelled out numbers that matched my age. It spelled out green, and we did have this ugly green couch back then. It spelled back room. Every time it moved, I'd look at my friends' faces, trying to catch someone smirking or pushing harder. They just looked freaked out. Then, just as I started to convince myself that someone was messing with me, the planchette jerked. It slid fast to one corner of the board and started circling way too quickly for all our fingers to stay on it. Then it shot off the board and clattered across the floor like it had been thrown. We all screamed. Haley grabbed the board, shoved it into her bedroom closet on top of a pile of clothes, slammed the door and said, "We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done." We left soon after. No one joked on the way out. It was this heavy, embarrassed silence, like we'd collectively crossed a line we shouldn't have. About an hour later, my phone rang. It was Haley, hysterical. "My closet caught on fire," she said. The firefighters had gotten there in time to save the duplex, but the closet was burned out. The clothes where she'd thrown the board? gone. Melted plastic, scorched wall. We never all hung out together again after that. Not all four of us. We didn't talk about that night. It just dissolved. Like something wanted distance between us. A few more years passed. My mom had remarried by then, and we were in yet another house, a little calmer, a little brighter. One afternoon, I was walking through the kitchen and heard her talking with the woman next door, Mrs. Coleman. I realized, after a second, that they were talking about the old place, the house on Pecandale. "Oh, that place was strange," Mom was saying, in that casual way people use when they're actually unsettled. "We rented it for half a year. The boys hated it." I stopped in the hallway and just listened. Mrs. Coleman asked, "What happened there?" I remember standing there, frozen, feeling this mix of anger and understanding. I was mad she hadn't told us. I also got why she didn't. We'd been barely hanging on as it was, and she was just trying to get us through. We still don't really talk about that house. Every now and then it'll come up in a half joke like, "Hey, at least this place isn't Pecandale," and everyone goes quiet for a second too long. But I think about it. The fan that turned itself on, the pictures that moved like they were on hinges, the little fires, the vaporous shape in the wall just watching, the board that shouldn't have known anything about us, the closet fire. Maybe there are explanations for some of it. Maybe not. I've learned to live with the idea that I may never really know what was happening in that house. All I know is, back then, as a kid on that couch with my hand on a hidden knife and the TV turned up too loud, I felt it. Something else was there on Pecandale Corner, and I don't think it ever really left. So, I don't really talk about this much, but a few years ago, I was seeing this guy. Let's call him Daniel. He was one of those super logical, rational people. Very, if I can't measure it, it's not real. And I've always been the opposite. I'm the one who stays up late reading ghost stories and watching weird documentary clips online. One night, we were just lying there talking, and he started telling me these stories from his family. And the thing is, Daniel didn't do spooky. He didn't embellish. So the way he told them has just stuck with me ever since. The first story was about his aunt and uncle, Clara and Mark, who moved into this beautiful old house. You know the kind. High ceilings, creaky floors, big windows. It had this huge, formal dining room, the kind of room you'd imagine using for Christmas dinners or big parties. They were really proud of it. But pretty soon, weird stuff started happening. Lights would be on in rooms they were sure they'd turned off. They'd put their keys or a book down somewhere, leave the room, come back, and it would be in a different spot. At first it was tiny, almost silly things. They just laughed it off, blamed it on bad wiring, forgetfulness. "Oh, we're just stressed from the move," that kind of thing. Clara had this little routine where she'd go jogging in a nearby park most mornings. And she told him that almost every time she went, she'd pass this same older woman sitting on the same bench, wrapped in this pale blue coat, even in mild weather. At first, it was just that awkward nod you give someone you see all the time. Eventually, one day, Clara slowed down, said hello, and they ended up chatting. The woman asked where she lived, and when Clara mentioned the street and the house, the woman went really quiet. Then she gave this strange, almost pitying smile and said, "Oh, that house. A lovely family lived there years ago. The grandfather died in the dining room. They say he took his own life, right there at the table." And that just lodged in Clara's mind. After that, she couldn't look at that dining room the same way. Every time she walked past it, she'd get this feeling, like walking past a room someone was still sitting in, even when it was empty. She told Mark what the woman had said, and he basically brushed it off. He thought it was just some morbid local rumor, or an older lady being dramatic. He didn't believe in that kind of thing at all. But then one night, both of them woke up at the same time. At first, they weren't sure why. You know that feeling where you're suddenly awake and something feels wrong? Then they heard it, this heavy, rhythmic creaking, like someone pacing slowly back and forth across the wooden floorboards. It was coming from the direction of the dining room. Mark, being the practical one, got up to check. Clara stayed in bed, listening. She said she could hear his footsteps going down the stairs, then nothing for a moment. And then he called her name. When she came down, he was standing in the doorway of the dining room, just staring. The room was empty. No one there, no windows open, nothing obvious out of place, except the chandelier. It was gently swinging back and forth over the dining table. Not wildly, not like it had been knocked, just this slow, steady motion, as if someone had walked underneath it a moment before and brushed against it. They stood there together, just watching it. He also mentioned that there was some rumor it had been the grandfather of a well-known local politician who died there, but he'd never been able to find anything concrete online. Either it wasn't true, or it was one of those things families quietly erase over time. Then he told me the second story. This one was about the house he grew up in. His childhood home was an old farmhouse that had been in his family for generations. You know, the kind of place that has weird little doors to nowhere and stairs that don't make sense because people just kept adding rooms over the years. Back in the 1940s, when his grandfather was a boy, there was this accident. Daniel's great-uncle, a little boy named Thomas, had been playing outside with his brothers. They were kicking a ball around in the yard, and it rolled out toward the narrow country road. Thomas ran after it without thinking, the way kids do. His father, Daniel's great-grandfather, was out by the barn and saw what was about to happen. He dropped everything and ran, but he was too far away. A delivery truck came around the bend at just the wrong moment. Thomas was hit right there in front of his dad and brothers. It was one of those stories the family could barely say out loud. Just this shared heaviness that sat over that part of their history. On the mantel in that farmhouse, they kept an old black and white photo of Thomas. He's got this shy little smile, hair parted neatly, wearing a tiny collared shirt that looks a bit too big for him. And here's the part that gave me chills. Every year, on the first real snowfall of winter, not just flurries, but that proper, quiet blanket of snow, that photo would fall. Not the others. Not the clock, not the little porcelain birds, nothing else on the mantel. Just his picture. Daniel said his grandparents tried everything. They moved the frame to different spots, used those sticky pads, adjusted how it leaned, even had someone check if the mantel was slanted. One year they took it down completely and tucked it safely inside a drawer. And on the first big snowfall that year, they heard a thud from the living room. They went in, and the drawer they'd put the photo in, one of those old wooden ones that sticks a bit, had slid open just enough for the frame to fall out onto the floor. No one else in the house. No draft strong enough to do that. Just the photo on the ground again. After a while, the family stopped trying to fix it. They just accepted it. Daniel said his grandmother would pick up the frame, dust it off gently, and say something like, "All right, Tommy, we see you. Hello, love," and put him back in his spot. And hearing him tell it, this logical, no-nonsense man who didn't like mystery for mystery's sake, you could tell it unsettled him. Not in a horror movie way, but in that deep, quiet way where the world doesn't fit into neat explanations anymore. Even now, when I think about Thomas's photo falling with the first snow, or that chandelier swinging over an empty table, it still gives me chills. Because it makes you wonder, doesn't it? What if some people never really leave? What if, sometimes, They're just finding small, stubborn ways to say, "I'm still here. Don't forget me." This happened a good few years ago now, back when I still thought I was a lot braver than I actually am. So I grew up hearing my dad's stories about the moors in the southwest of England. He grew up around there, my dad, Colin, and he'd talk about just wandering off for days across the hills and along the coastline of Devon and into Cornwall, sleeping wherever he happened to stop. He loved telling this one story about bivvying so close to a cliff edge that he got worried he'd sleepwalk in the night, so he actually tied himself to a big rock with his climbing rope. I remember being a kid and thinking, that's the coolest thing I've ever heard, and also, you're a complete idiot. Anyway, fast forward to one summer when I was in my early 20s. I was bored, restless, and a bit romantic about the whole idea of following in Dad's footsteps. So I decided I'd go and wild camp on the moors by myself for a few nights. No big plan, just walk during the day, camp wherever felt right by evening. The first night was, honestly, pretty boring. I'd walked all day, pitched up not too far from a little stream, made some noodles on my stove, and crashed out as soon as it got dark. Pure exhaustion is great for anxiety, it turns out. The next day I headed further north onto the moor. The weather turned a bit grim, low cloud, that kind of damp cold that seeps in even when it's not quite raining. By late afternoon, I stumbled across this low, mossy stone wall, half fallen, making a sort of lopsided ring around a cluster of scruffy hawthorn trees. It felt sheltered, a bit tucked away from the wind, so I thought, yeah, this'll do. I pitched my little green tent just inside the broken ring of stones. I had a bit of time before dark, so I wandered around the area, just poking about. There were these odd little piles of stones, cairns, or cairns if you're posh about it, scattered here and there. You could see traces of more wall under the grass, like it had once been some kind of enclosure. And then there was this standing stone. It wasn't huge, maybe about 5 feet tall and a couple of feet wide, but it stood out from everything else, just off to one side of the trees. There were coins balanced in the little dimples of the rock, and a couple of rusted hair clips and an old key laid carefully on a flat bit near the top. You sometimes see that on the moors. People leave coins or trinkets on stones or in old trees. Offerings, I suppose. Or a wish. Or just, I was here. I had a look around, trying to see if there was any sign of a stone circle, because my dad had told me about those too. But there was nothing obvious. Just the one stone, standing there maybe 30 feet from my tent, looking like it had been waiting a very long time. Eventually, it got too cold to keep wandering, so I had my dinner, something tragically uninspired involving pasta and a packet sauce, and then crawled into my sleeping bag. I read by torchlight for a while, the way you do, until my eyes started to sting and I realized it was already past 11. I turned off the light, zipped the bag up to my chin, and lay there, listening to the wind moving through the scrubby trees and the occasional sheep calling somewhere far off. I don't know how long I'd been lying there, but at some point I became aware of footsteps. Not right next to the tent, but nearby. A soft tread on the grass and earth outside. I remember the rhythm of it more than the sound itself. My first thought was, sheep, or maybe a pony. There are plenty of them on the moors. But then I kept listening, and something about it just felt off. Not creeping, not rushing, just strolling. And listen, it's amazing how still you can make yourself when you're scared. I don't think I've ever been that motionless before or since. I was barely breathing, just lying there, counting each step in my head. After a while, the footsteps stopped. There was this fixed silence, and that, somehow, was worse. My brain started doing backflips. If it's a person, what do they want? If it's an animal, why does it sound like that? Should I call out? Pretend I'm not here? Eventually, I decided the least terrifying option was to look. Just a quick peek outside, show myself there was nothing wrong, go back to sleep, wake up in the morning feeling stupid. So I wriggled very slowly toward the tent door, trying not to rustle the sleeping bag too much. My hands felt weirdly clumsy as I found my torch and flicked it on, cupping it so the light didn't shine all over the inside of the tent. I unzipped the door just enough to poke my head and the torch through, and I swept the beam across the clearing. And that's when I saw it. Right at the edge of the trees, caught in the circle of my torchlight, was a gray horse. It was facing me directly. All I could see was its head and its two front legs, like it was standing just behind some invisible line. It couldn't have been more than, 8 or 10 meters away. Now, under normal circumstances, a horse on the moor is not exactly shocking. But this, I felt this instant, full-body recoil, like my brain and my stomach both went, nope. I jerked back into the tent so fast I nearly dropped the torch. It wasn't that the horse was doing anything. It wasn't baring its teeth or charging at me or anything dramatic. It was just standing there. But there was something wrong about it that I still can't quite explain. After a few seconds, when my heart had calmed down from jackhammer to merely mildly unhinged drummer, I forced myself to look again. I pushed my head back out, shone the torch around the clearing, into the trees, back across the grass where it had been. Nothing. No horse. No movement. No sound of hooves trotting away. No rustling in the undergrowth. Just empty space. And here's the thing that really stuck with me. When I think back to that moment, the horse doesn't feel like it was solid. The gray of its coat looked too flat, almost like someone had cut the shape of a horse out of cardboard and stood it up in front of the trees. From where I was, it looked almost two-dimensional. I didn't see it move at all, not even a flick of an ear or a shift of weight. 1 second it was there, wrong and still, and facing me. The next second, it was gone. I sat there in the dark, with my torch in a death grip, absolutely buzzing with adrenaline. I couldn't bring myself to turn the light off again for ages. At some point, I ended up sitting upright in my sleeping bag, teeth chattering, not from cold, but from nerves, telling myself all the logical explanations. Maybe I'd half-dreamed it. Maybe the beam of my torch hit a rock or a tree at a weird angle, and my tired brain filled in the rest. Maybe the horse did move, and I just didn't see it. But none of those explanations felt right. And that's the bit that still bothers me. I finally dozed off for a short while just before dawn, when the light outside the tent started turning that soft gray blue. I woke up a couple of hours later, feeling like I'd been lightly beaten up. I got out of the tent and walked over to where I thought the horse had been standing. The grass was damp with dew, my boots leaving dark prints. There were no hoof marks, no signs of anything having stood there at all. The standing stone was exactly where it had been, coins still balanced, little offerings untouched. I've been camping since. I still love the moors, and I still go walking out there whenever I can. But I've never camped alone next to a standing stone again. And every now and then, when I'm lying in a tent and the wind is moving outside, and I'm just on the edge of sleep, I find myself listening, really listening, for footsteps. So, let me tell you a story my family has carried around for years. When I was growing up, I heard a lot about this old farmhouse my family lived in on tribal land out in South Dakota. It sat by itself at the end of a long gravel road with soybean fields and windbreaks of cottonwood trees instead of neighbors. Nobody really knew how old the house was. It felt like it had just always been there. The house is gone now. The land's empty, nothing rebuilt on it. Just a patch of ground everyone in my family quietly agrees to leave alone. Anyway, this happened sometime in the late 1940s. My grandfather Jonas and my grandmother Ruth took their kids to a small traveling carnival that rolled through the county one summer. You know the kind. Rusted rides, fried dough, lights that looked brighter than they should against the dark. My grandpa liked to make a big evening of it when something like that came through, because there wasn't much else to do out there. One of the kids they brought along was my grandpa's younger brother, my great-uncle. We'll call him Eddie. He was about 10 at the time. Now, Eddie had this little chestnut mare, a pony-sized thing named Ginger that he absolutely adored. He rode her everywhere, like she was his bike and his best friend rolled into one. He begged and pleaded until my grandpa finally said, "Fine, bring the pony, but you're responsible for her." Travel back then wasn't like it is now. There was one strip of asphalt in the whole county, and everything else was dirt and ruts. They loaded up in this old truck, Ginger tied to a rail on the back, and they bounced their way to the carnival. The plan was simple: spend the afternoon, maybe part of the evening, then head home before it got truly dark. They got there, and everyone had a great time. Kids running wild, Ruth winning a cheap stuffed bear at the ring toss, my grandpa spending too much money on rigged games. You can almost hear the calliope music and the squeak of the rides, right? As the sun started sinking, the air stayed warm and still. My grandpa looked up at the sky and decided they'd just camp out nearby instead of driving home that night. They kept blankets and a bit of camping gear in the truck, just in case. There was one problem, though: Ginger. My grandpa didn't like the idea of leaving the pony tied up around a bunch of strangers all night. So he told Eddie, "Ride her back to the house, get her in the pen, make sure she's got water, and then come straight back. You know the way. Don't dawdle." It wasn't far. On horseback, it should have taken him maybe an hour there and back, maybe a little more if Ginger decided to be stubborn. Still light out, easy trip, clear instructions. But time passed. The sky started to dim, purples and reds bleeding into the horizon. Eddie didn't come back. At first, my grandpa was just irritated. Eddie was known for wandering off, getting distracted, finding frogs or old bottles in the ditch. Jonas kept glancing toward the road that led home, expecting any second to see a kid on a little horse trotting back. But the minutes stretched out, and the irritation turned into this tight, hard worry in his chest. By the time it was nearly dark, Jonas had had enough. He loaded everyone back into the truck, muttering under his breath, and headed for the house. Now, picture this: the truck's headlights cutting through dust, the fields on either side just dark shapes, air thick and quiet. No other cars, no porch lights, just that long, lonely stretch of road that led to their place. There was Ginger, reins hanging loose, calmly nosing at patches of grass. Next to her, on the ground, sat Eddie. He was cross-legged in the dirt, just sitting there, facing the house. Jonas stopped the truck so suddenly everyone lurched forward. He jumped out, heart pounding, equal parts furious and relieved. He yelled, "Eddie, what in the world do you think you're doing? You were supposed to come back." But Eddie didn't move. He didn't look up, didn't flinch, didn't say a word. He just stared straight ahead at the house. Not crying, not shaking, not anything. It was like he'd been turned down to mute. Jonas stomped over, continued scolding him. "I told you to come straight back. Are you even listening to me?" Really laying into him. But Eddie wouldn't even turn his head. He just sat there, breathing slow and steady, eyes fixed on the front of the farmhouse. Finally, Jonas snapped. "Do you hear me, boy? Answer me." And in this small, flat voice, Eddie finally spoke. He said, "There's somebody in the house." Now, this house barely had electricity. Just a couple of lines run out there, one single bare bulb hanging down from the ceiling in the living room. No lamp, no switch on the wall, just a pull chain dangling over the middle of the room. Eddie lifted his hand and pointed toward the front window. Jonas followed his gaze. The living room light was on. Jonas swore to his dying day that he had turned that light off when they left for the carnival. He was particular about things like that. So at first, he was annoyed all over again. He said something like, "You rode all the way back here and just turned the light on?" You're sitting out here because you're scared of your own shadow now?" But Eddie kept staring at the window, and then he whispered, "No, watch." Jonas turned back to the house, and that's when he saw it. Step by step, into the spill of yellow light from that hanging bulb came a figure. The doorway in that old farmhouse wasn't exactly short, but this thing had to duck under the frame to step inside. It looked like a man, sort of, wearing old, faded overalls, the kind farmers wore decades before, legs too long, shoulders too broad. Jonas always said it was like watching someone stretched out just a little too far. It had to be over 7 feet tall, maybe more. The proportions were wrong. The way it moved was wrong, like every joint bent just a few degrees off from normal. Jonas said that the instant his eyes landed on it, every hair on his arms and the back of his neck stood straight up. Not from fear exactly, but from that bone-deep sense that whatever you're seeing does not belong here. He tried to see the face, but there wasn't really a face, just this shape where a face should be. A blur, like someone had smeared the details away with a thumb. Features that almost resolved into eyes, a mouth, and then slipped out of focus again if you stared too hard. Later in life, he said he could never decide if that made it better or worse. The figure walked into the middle of the living room. Its head was almost brushing the ceiling. It stopped right under that single hanging light bulb. Very slowly, it lifted its arm. Its hand reached up, and with this casual, deliberate motion, like it had every right to be there, it curled its fingers around the pull chain and gave it a tug. Click. The bulb went dark. The whole house vanished into blackness. No silhouette, no after image, just gone. They spent hours tearing that place apart. Every room, every closet, the tiny attic, the root cellar that always smelled like damp earth and old potatoes. They checked under beds, behind the stove, even pushed on the walls to feel for secret spaces, anything that might explain what they'd seen. There was only one door in and out of that house, and a few old windows that stuck half the time. No footprints on the floor besides their own. No scuff marks, no displaced dust, no broken latch on a window. Nothing. Eventually, exhausted and unsettled, they gave up and went back to get the kids. Life went on. They stayed in that house for years after. But things were never quite normal. They'd hear footsteps on the porch late at night when nobody was there. Faces would appear in the windows, just for a second, like someone leaning in to look, then flashing out of sight when you turned your head. My great-aunts used to swear they heard children giggling in the hall after midnight, even when all the cousins were fast asleep. And then there was the silence. Everyone in my family mentions that part, even the ones who never believed in ghosts. When you stepped onto that land, it was quiet. No birds, no insects humming at dusk, no wind rustling the leaves unless a storm was coming. Just this heavy, listening silence. Like the land itself was holding its breath to see what you'd do. Over time, my relatives started talking in low voices about older stories, the kind you hear if you listen to the elders. Stories about medicine men, things that could change shape, spirits that didn't like to be disturbed. Something that had a name a long time ago, a name everyone seems to have conveniently forgotten. My family's always been pretty clear on one thing, though. Whatever stepped through that doorway and turned off that light that night, it wasn't human. The house is gone now, torn down. The foundation's cracked and half buried. People drive past without even knowing anything was ever there. But the story is still very much alive. And the part that sticks with me most, the part that still gives me chills, isn't even the faceless thing in the window. It's the way my grandfather would go completely pale, even as an old man, whenever he repeated the moment his little brother finally answered him. He'd close his eyes, his hand would shake just a little, and in a small voice he'd say, "Eddie just kept staring at that house," and then he whispered, like he was afraid to wake something up. There's somebody in the house. So, I've been hanging around this community for a while, just reading everyone else's stories, and I figured it's about time I shared one of my own, about my grandma's mansion back in Brazil. My grandma, we called her Vô Lúcia, passed away about 3 years ago now. I still miss her every single day. After she died, her house went up for sale, and as far as I know, it's still just sitting there, empty. The house itself was, honestly, it was something out of another time. Nobody ever gave me an exact year, but everyone in the family agreed it was built somewhere between the early 1900s and maybe 1910, back when the town was mostly coffee farms and fields. Now it's this busy, packed city, but the house still sits on this old corner, like it remembers when everything around it was just dirt roads and trees. My grandma didn't raise her kids in that house. She moved in later, when her 4 children were already grown and scattered with their own families. My grandpa, João, had passed away years earlier, and she traded their small coffee farm for this mansion in town. She ended up living there for almost 40 years, mostly on her own, with my uncles Paulo and Renato staying with her off and on to help with bills and keep her company. Before Vô Lúcia moved in, the house belonged to an elderly woman everyone in the neighborhood remembered as very kind and very religious. The story goes that she passed away peacefully in one of the upstairs bedrooms. Peaceful or not, it seems like she might not have completely left. This place was huge. I'm not exaggerating. There were 2 kitchens, one formal one and a smaller, real kitchen in the back, where all the actual cooking happened. 2 dining rooms, one of them with this long, dark wood table that could seat 20 people if you squeezed in. Marble floors that were always a little cold under your bare feet. A little library with floor-to-ceiling shelves. A bar with mirrored shelves and dusty bottles. A wine cellar that always smelled like damp stone. Multiple sitting rooms with heavy armchairs. The walls were covered in these enormous oil paintings. Serious people with serious eyes following you around the room. And then there was the staircase. A wide, curving marble staircase, probably 5 or 6 feet across, with this polished wooden handrail that felt like satin under your hand. It wound down from the upstairs landing into the front hall, so that from the landing you could look straight down, but you couldn't see around the bend as the stairs turned. Out back, there was this huge covered patio with a brick barbecue, where every Sunday the whole family would gather for lunch. And beyond that, a separate 3-room building in the yard where the maid, Doña Rita, used to sleep. It was beautiful once, but by the time I was growing up, you could see the age on everything. The cracks in the plaster, the fading paintings, the loose tiles on the roof. Still, we all loved it. All of us grandkids grew up on stories from our parents, aunts, and uncles about what they've seen and heard inside those walls. One morning, I was at the big kitchen table having breakfast with my mom, Carla, and my grandma. We were just eating bread and cheese and drinking coffee when they started talking about something strange that had happened the night before. So, there's this habit my grandma had. Every single night, without fail, she would leave a silver tray on a small table on the upstairs landing. On the tray, a glass pitcher of water and some glasses, so anyone who got thirsty in the middle of the night didn't have to go all the way downstairs. My grandma starts telling us, "Last night," she says, "I got up to drink some water. I went out to the landing, and when I got there, the pitcher was empty. I thought, Carla must have taken some and gone downstairs to refill it. I could hear footsteps on the stairs, slow, coming up, but I couldn't see anyone yet. I waited, thinking I'd see you come around the bend, but the steps just stopped, and nobody appeared. My mom just looks at her frowning and says, 'Wait, what? I thought you were the one getting water.' My grandma goes, 'What do you mean?' My mom says, 'I woke up thirsty too. I went to the landing, but when I got there, the pitcher was already empty. so I thought you had just gone downstairs to refill it. While I was standing there, I heard footsteps on the stairs too, coming up, getting closer, like someone was almost at the top, and then they just stopped. No one came around the corner. I got scared and went back to bed. My grandma just stares at her for a second and says quietly, "That's exactly what I heard." They looked at each other across the table, both of them processing that they'd heard the same footsteps at different times with the same ending. Steps getting closer, and then nothing. And then, very on brand for my family, they both just kind of shrugged, crossed themselves, and went back to eating breakfast like, well, okay then. Another time, my mom told me about a night when she woke up to someone calling her name. Carla. Carla. At first, she thought she was dreaming. You know that feeling when you're half asleep and you hear someone in your dream? But she kept hearing it, soft, insistent. Carla. She realized the sound wasn't inside her head anymore. It was coming from outside, from the front courtyard below her window. Back then, the maid, Doña Rita, slept in that little structure in the backyard, but sometimes she'd come around to the front if there was some kind of emergency. So my mom thought, something's wrong. Maybe she's hurt. Maybe there's a break-in. My mom got up, heart racing, and walked to the window. The room was dark. The house was quiet. She said the voice kept calling her name until the exact second she pushed open the shutters. The moment she opened the window, the voice stopped. Just silence. The empty courtyard. The front gate closed. No movement, no wind, nothing. She stood there, holding the window frame, waiting to hear it again. Nothing. After a while, she whispered a quick prayer, left her bedside lamp on, and eventually fell back asleep. The next day, she was still rattled. That night, she asked me to sleep in her room with her. I was maybe 12, 13 at the time. I remember her saying, "Hey, can you sleep with me tonight? Just in case?" And I, being a very brave child, obviously, said, "Absolutely not. I'm staying at Aunt Teresa's. Good luck, Mom." And I took my pillow and went to my aunt's room. We laughed it off at the time, but thinking back, I kind of feel bad I left her alone that night. The last story I'll share is one of the most vivid, and it didn't happen to me. It happened to my Aunt Teresa and my Uncle Paolo. One night, they were coming back from dinner. It was late, the street was quiet, and they came into the front courtyard through the gate. Now, in that courtyard, there's an exterior staircase that leads straight up to the second floor, so you don't have to go through the main front door. As they walked in, they both happened to look up at the stairs. There, midway down the steps, was an old woman slowly descending. My uncle's first thought was, "Oh my God, Mom is going to fall down these stairs." He panicked because those stairs were steep and hard, and it was late. He shouted, "Mai, what are you doing? Wait, I'll help you!" and rushed forward, lifting his hands like he was about to catch her. And as he got closer, the old woman's figure started to fade. Slowly. Not like she blinked out, more like mist dissolving. First the edges, then her face, then her outline, until there was nothing there at all, just the bare concrete steps under the dim outdoor light. He froze. He turned to my aunt and yelled, "Did you see that? Tell me you saw that." And she, wide-eyed and trembling, said, "Yes, I saw her." They ran into the house, shouting for my grandma. They found her in the kitchen, very much alive, in her robe and slippers, making chamomile tea. Out of breath, my uncle told her what they'd just seen. The old woman on the stairs, the nightgown, the fading away. My grandma listened quietly, stirred her tea, and then said, almost casually, "Ah, that's probably the lady who used to live here before me. Everyone says she was very attached to the house." Then she added, "I've never seen her myself, though. Maybe she doesn't want to scare me." And that was that. My grandma, who lived there alone for nearly 4 decades, never had as many experiences as the rest of my family did. It was almost like whatever still lingered in that house was more interested in the visitors than in the woman who kept its doors open and its tray of water waiting on the landing every night. Sometimes I think about that empty mansion now, about the cold marble, the curved staircase, the silver tray that probably sits in some box or was sold off with the rest of her things. I wonder if, on some quiet night, when the street noise dies down, someone walking by might hear slow footsteps on the stairs, getting closer, and then stopping just before anyone comes into view. So, I should start by saying I am not the kind of person who sees ghosts everywhere. If anything, I've always been a little smug about not seeing them. I've slept in all kinds of places that practically beg to be haunted. An old plantation house in the American South, a converted monastery in the French countryside, even this crumbling 17th century palazzo in Rome, where the hallways smelled like dust and incense. Nothing. Not a creak out of the ordinary, not a cold spot, nothing that couldn't be explained by bad plumbing or old floorboards. All of that charged on one dreary trip to London. This was late autumn of 2023. My partner, Emma, and I decided to do this slightly reckless thing. Take an overnight flight from New York to London for a quick, end-of-year romantic escape. You know, the kind of trip you book when you're tired of your own kitchen and think a different country might magically fix your mood. Now, if you've ever been to Soho, you know it's not really the first place that comes to mind when you hear the word romantic. Unless, of course, your idea of romance involves drunken shouting, sticky pavements, and people arguing over takeaway chips at 2 a.m. But I had a surprise planned. I'd booked us into this historic little hotel that looked, online at least, like the set of a British period drama. The kind where everyone wears waistcoats and broods attractively by the fireplace. We stepped out of the cab in a light drizzle, because of course it was drizzling, and there it was. A narrow Georgian townhouse, red brick darkened by centuries of soot, sash windows glowing softly from the inside. A discreet brass plaque by the black door read, Hazlitt's House, established 1719. No neon, no big sign, just that. It felt like the building was trying not to be noticed. We rang, heard the buzzer click, and as the door opened, it honestly felt like stepping out of the present. The floorboards were warped and slanted, and they pulled you inward, like the whole house was gently leaning toward you. The air smelled faintly of wax and old books. Everything was antique, dark wood, heavy paintings, little artifacts that probably had better stories than I do. The only giveaways that it was still the 21st century were the computer at reception and the staff's clothes. By the time we checked in, the jet lag was hitting us like a brick. We both agreed. Quick nap first, pubs later. Our room key was an actual brass key on a worn leather fob, and on the little tag someone had written in neat, old-fashioned script, Lord Eversley. Not a room number, a name. We climbed this narrow staircase that complained under every step. The walls were lined with old portraits and landscapes, all in tarnished gilt frames. At the top of the next landing, we found a door with the same name, Lord Eversley. I turned the key. There was that heavy old lock sound, more of a clank than a click, and the door gave this theatrical creak as it opened. Inside there was a tiny, dim vestibule with dark paneling, and another door straight ahead, as if the room wanted to argue with us about whether we were really invited. That second door creaked even louder, and then we were in the bedroom. Everything in there felt like it had lived a life before us. The walls were completely paneled in wood, thick with layers of paint so old it had gathered in soft drips along the moldings. The bed was a massive oak thing with carved posts, and there was a marble fireplace with a small fire already laid out, unlit but ready. The windows were tall, but faced into a narrow light well, so instead of a view of Soho, We got pale sky and brick walls. Strangely, I loved it. It was unbelievably quiet for central London, the kind of quiet that feels like the room is listening. Emma sighed, kicked off her boots, and started undressing for a nap. I told her I'd join her in a minute. I wanted to wash my face, brush my teeth, just feel human again after the flight. She crawled into the heavy bed and was asleep almost instantly, like someone flipped a switch. I could hear her breathing softly by the time I was standing at the tiny sink in the adjoining bathroom, toothbrush in hand. I remember this so vividly. I was looking at the old fixtures, admiring the way they'd managed to slip modern plumbing into a room that clearly predated indoor toilets by a couple of centuries. I was half thinking about how much I loved these weird places and how still everything felt. And then, out of the corner of my eye, something shifted in the bedroom. My first thought, this sounds odd, but it was so immediate, was that there was a painting I hadn't noticed. Like maybe there was a portrait on the wall by the bed that I'd somehow missed. Because what I saw looked flat, still, composed, the way a portrait is. It was a man, standing near the foot of the bed, by Emma's side. He was slightly turned, like he'd just straightened up from setting something down on the floor. His posture was relaxed, his head angled down toward the bed, as if he were curiously watching someone sleep. I stared at him, toothbrush frozen in midair. He looked to be maybe early 30s, medium height, slim. He wore a dark, fitted coat that hung to just above his knees, with lapels that were a bit too large and dramatic for anything you'd see today outside of a costume drama. His shirt collar was high. No tie, but there was a scarf or cravat loosely knotted at his neck, in a muted color I couldn't quite place. His hair was wavy, chestnut brown, parted slightly off-center. Not styled in any way you'd see now, it had this effortless, almost careless arrangement that felt old-fashioned, but also a bit rebellious. Like he'd just walked out of a painting from the early 1800s where the painter liked him a little too much. The strange part, one of the strange parts, was that he didn't seem threatening. There was no malevolence, no horror movie theatrics. He looked mildly curious, quietly observant, like he had wandered into the wrong room and was deciding what to do next. My brain did what brains do. It tried to make it normal. Okay, I thought, maybe he's a staff member. Maybe they forgot to mark the room as occupied. Maybe he came in to check something and didn't realize we were already in here. Except, the door was locked. I know I'd locked it, and I hadn't heard a thing. No key in the lock, no hinge, no footstep. In a house that creaked if you breathed too hard, this man had somehow appeared in complete silence. That's when my stomach dropped. I looked at his clothes again. The cut of the coat, the way the shoulders sat, the line of the trousers. It all felt wrong for this century. And his presence, it's hard to describe. There was a heaviness in the air, like static building up before a storm. A buzzing started deep in my spine and spread up between my shoulder blades, like I'd grabbed an electric fence with my whole body instead of my hand. Somewhere in the middle of that realization, a second, quieter thought appeared. No, this can't be what I think it is. He wasn't transparent. He wasn't glowing or floating. There was no mist, no flickering lights, no sound. If you had walked in at that moment, you would have just seen a man standing there, solid, real. He never looked at me. That's something that stuck with me. He was in my direct line of sight, only about 15 feet away, and his gaze stayed fixed on Emma, sleeping obliviously in that big oak bed. But I felt, with absolute certainty, that he knew I was there. It felt like a spotlight, hot, invisible, focused right on me, even though he never turned his head. And in that instant, I knew, on this deep, instinctive level, that he was dead. I grew up around old houses, My parents somehow only ever chose homes that had names instead of numbers, the kind with history plaques out front and rumors whispered by neighbors. Every once in a while in those places, I would feel something similar, that pressure in the room, that sense of not being alone. I learned, very young, that acknowledging it seemed to make it worse, like saying, "I see you," opened a door you couldn't easily close again. So I made a decision. I pretended I hadn't seen him. I turned my head slowly back toward the mirror, as if nothing at all was wrong, as if my heart wasn't trying to punch its way out of my chest. I started brushing my teeth again, very deliberately. I turned on the tap and let the water run louder than it needed to. I fussed clumsily with the little bottles and toiletries lined up around the sink, just to create noise, some kind of normal rhythm in the room. Every tiny movement felt exaggerated and fake, like I was acting badly in a play. After what felt like a very long minute, but was probably only a few seconds, I rinsed my mouth, set down the toothbrush, and forced myself to look back into the bedroom. He was gone. Just gone. There was no fading, no drifting away, no dramatic exit. One moment he had been there with this eerie stillness, and the next, the space at the foot of the bed was empty. Emma was still asleep, her face relaxed, covers pulled up to her shoulders. Nothing in the room was disturbed. Nothing was missing. It could have been any normal, cozy afternoon nap in an old hotel, except for the fact that I felt like every nerve in my body had been rewired. I stood there in the doorway, half in the bathroom, half in the bedroom, with this overwhelming sensation of being watched. Not from one particular spot, just from the room itself. From the walls, the ceiling, the dark corners the lamp didn't quite reach. Later on, I learned that the hotel is rumored to be haunted by the ghost of a writer, Edmund Hazlitt, who supposedly died in one of the rooms upstairs and gave the place its name. I looked up a portrait of him after we got home. The hairstyle wasn't exactly the same, but the age, the general look, the clothes. It was close enough to make my skin crawl all over again. But in that moment, standing by the bed, I didn't know any of that. I only knew 3 things. The door had been locked. I had seen a man, and that man was no longer there. I did what any rational, deeply freaked out but exhausted person would do. I climbed into bed. I eased in beside Emma, trying not to wake her, even though a big part of me really wanted her to wake up so I wouldn't be alone with whatever was happening. I pulled the thick covers up, turned off the lamp, and lay there staring into the dark, telling myself I was just jet-lagged and my brain had misfired. Eventually, the exhaustion won. I fell asleep. Still, I carried that image with me the whole time. The man at the foot of the bed. The way he never looked at me. I didn't tell Emma what I'd seen, not right away. I didn't want to freak her out and ruin the mood of the trip. For all I knew, it was just a trick of the light and a very tired brain. So I held on to it, quietly, all the way through the flight home. Somewhere over the Atlantic, when the cabin lights were dim and most people were dozing, I finally told her. I walked her through it exactly the way I'm telling you now. The room, the fireplace, the painting, the clothes, the feeling, the way he disappeared. I admitted how scared I'd felt, even though I tried not to show it. She listened, really listened. She hadn't seen or felt anything strange herself, but she knows me, knows I'm not someone who jumps at shadows. We went through all the possibilities together, like a little in-flight investigation. Could it have been a staff member? She asked. Maybe, but if it were, why hadn't he knocked? Why didn't he say anything? And how did he get in without a sound in that old, creaky house? He would have seen us the second he opened the first door into the vestibule, long before stepping into the bedroom. What about another guest who got the wrong room? Our door had been locked from the inside. I had checked. Twice. Okay, sleep deprivation? A hallucination? I mean, sure, we were tired. But I'd slept a bit on the plane, and I've been jet-lagged plenty of times without inventing fully dressed strangers in period clothing standing by my bed. This felt different. It felt external, if that makes sense. Like I was perceiving something already there, not conjuring it up. "Maybe you just didn't hear him come in," she said. "You were brushing your teeth." It was a basic manual toothbrush, not an electric jackhammer. And again, those floors, that staircase. You could hear other people's luggage 2 floors away. There's no universe in which someone walks into that room, across that floor, stands that close to the bed, and you hear nothing. So we circled back to the 2 most unsettling options. Either I had seen something I cannot explain, or there had been a very real, very quiet man in our room, and I hadn't checked under the bed. And honestly, the second one might be the worst possibility of all. Even now, I don't know what I believe about what I saw in that room named Lord Eversley. Ghost, trick of the light, exhausted brain playing dress-up with shadows, some bit of history replaying itself. I'm genuinely not sure. What I do know is how it felt. That electric buzz in my spine, the weight of being watched, the absolute certainty that, for a few seconds, I was in the presence of someone who did not belong to my moment in time. I've stayed in plenty of old places since then, and every time I set my bag down, turn the key in an unfamiliar door, and step into a room that's older than anyone I've ever known, I can't help but think, if you're here, whoever you are, I'd really prefer you let me sleep this time. Okay, so let me just tell it the way it really felt. When I moved into the Marisol Towers downtown, all I wanted was a reset button. New job, new city, a little studio that was finally mine. You know that feeling when you turn the key and think, this is where everything gets better? Yeah, that was me. The building itself was tired. Old pipes, thin walls, the whole place smelled like damp wood and dust that never really left. But the rent was ridiculously low for being so close to the center, and I convinced myself that a little character was part of the charm. On the last page of the lease, there was this weird line, handwritten in blue ink, not part of the printed contract. It said, "Do not open 805. Do not answer if he calls your name." I actually laughed. I thought it was some kind of bad joke, or maybe the manager trying to scare off teenagers from exploring. I even took a picture and sent it to a friend like, "Lol, my building has lore." I stopped laughing after the first night. My apartment was 804, near the end of a long, dim hallway. The bulbs above us were this sickly yellow, buzzing and flickering every so often like they were trying to give up. Right next to me was 805, an old wooden door with peeling gray paint, a rusted peephole, and no welcome mat. The handle was wrapped in this strip of dull red tape, and behind it, there was this faint hum. Not a machine, not a fridge, just a low vibration, like the room was breathing. I kept telling myself I was imagining it. New place, old building, that's all. That first night, I fell asleep exhausted, boxes still stacked everywhere. Sometime after midnight, I woke up to a sound. Knock, knock, knock. 3 slow knocks. I stared at the ceiling, disoriented, and then I realized it wasn't coming from my door. It was coming through the wall, from 805. I held my breath, waiting for someone to walk away, a door to shut, anything. But there was just silence. Eventually, I convinced myself it was the pipes or something stupid, rolled over, and went back to sleep. The second night, it happened again. 3 knocks. Then faint footsteps, slow and dragging, pacing on the other side of my bedroom wall. By the 5th night, the sounds had become A pattern. First the knocks, then the footsteps, and then, barely audible through the drywall, came the whispers. At first I couldn't make out the words, just fragments, soft and broken, like someone trying to talk underwater. I would press my ear to the wall and hear my own heartbeat, and under that, a voice. And then one night it was clear. "Leah, open the door, please." Hearing your name from a room that's supposed to be empty, that does something to you. I jerked away from the wall so fast I nearly fell off the bed. The next morning, I cornered the building's custodian, Mr. Alvarez, down in the lobby. He's this quiet older guy who's always mopping or fixing something, never really looking anyone in the eye. "Hey, quick question," I said. "Who lives in 805? He stopped mopping. Just stopped. The water kept dripping off the mop onto the floor. "No one," he said finally. "Well, someone's in there," I insisted. "I hear them every night. They know my name." His face went flat, completely blank. "Señorita, 805 is sealed," he said. "You don't need to worry about that room." "But," he cut me off. "You shouldn't talk to it," he said quietly. "Just don't answer if it calls you." That night, I woke up and checked my phone. 3:12 a.m. The sound was different. Not knocks this time. It was a long, scraping noise, like fingernails dragging across a floor. Then those slow, uneven footsteps started again, making their way toward the shared wall, then to the hallway outside. I got out of bed and stood in my dark apartment, staring at my front door. The building was silent. No TVs, no doors, nothing. Just the faint hum of 805 and my own breathing. I opened my door just enough to peek into the hallway. The light above 805 flickered, buzzing louder than usual. I watched as the tarnished metal handle of 805 began to turn, slowly, all the way down. But the door didn't open. It just held there, strained, like something on the other side was waiting. I shut my door and locked it, twice. Sleep wasn't really an option after that, so the next day I went to the city records office. I told myself it was curiosity, but honestly, it felt more like compulsion. I gave the clerk the address and unit number, pretending I was just some nerd trying to learn the history of my vintage building. He scrolled through the records, frowned, and then printed out a thin stack of pages for me. Apartment 805 had been sealed since 1989. There'd been a fire. A family had lived there, a man, his wife, and their little boy. Neighbors had reported chanting at odd hours, strange symbols painted on the windows, and this thick smell in the hallway like burnt matches. When the fire department finally broke down the door, they found the man on his knees in what was left of the living room, in front of a scorched circle on the floor. His mouth was moving, still forming Latin phrases, even though he'd been dead for hours. The wife's body was never found. The boy was missing. I remember staring at those words, child unaccounted for. On the bus ride home, the city felt different, like I'd been given the answer to a question I hadn't meant to ask. That night, I watched the clock. I told myself I wouldn't, but I did. Every few minutes, my eyes went back to the glowing red numbers on my bedside table. 3:16 a.m., 3:17 a.m. Right on cue, the sounds came back. First, the hum behind the wall, growing louder, like something waking up. Then, instead of knocks or footsteps, I heard it. Crying. Soft, hiccuping sobs, the kind you hear from a kid who's been crying for a long time and doesn't know how to stop. It came from behind the wall, right where my headboard was. I slid out of bed and pressed my palm to the wall. It felt cold, damp. The crying stopped. Then, right against the plaster, As if his mouth was pressed to the same spot as my hand, a voice whispered, "He wants to play, Leah." Every hair on my body stood up. It wasn't just the words, it was the way the voice sounded, like a child trying to repeat a sentence someone else had taught him. Out in the hallway, the lights went out one by one with soft clicks. Click, click, click. My room went dark, except for the faint glow from my phone screen. Then I heard the door to 805. Click. This time, it opened. I don't know why I went out there. I tell myself I just wanted to see, to prove it was some prank, some glitch. But that's a lie. The truth is, when something reaches for you from the dark, some part of you reaches back. I opened my front door. The hallway was almost pitch black. The emergency light at the far end glowed a dull red. 805 stood open just a few inches, the inside blacker than the hallway itself. The air that seeped out was wrong. Heavy, wet, cold enough that I could see my breath. It smelled like burnt hair, rust, and something sweet that was starting to rot. I should have gone back inside. I know that. Instead, I stepped closer. There was a faint sound, like something dragging its fingers across fabric, coming from deeper inside. I whispered, "Hello?" The door swung inward, pulling me with it. As soon as I crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind me. The silence in that moment was thick. I could hear my own heartbeat, loud and fast, echoing in the dark. I couldn't see the chair anymore. I couldn't see anything. Then the breathing started. Not just one, many. Some high and whistling, some low and ragged, some so close I could almost feel the air on my cheeks. It came from every corner of the room, from above me, from behind me, from the walls themselves. Like the space was full of people standing inches away, hidden just behind a curtain I couldn't pull back. Something moved right by my ear, close enough that the tiny hairs on my neck stirred. A voice, dry and amused, whispered, "You opened it. Now he's free." The overhead light flickered on for half a second. The room was empty. No chair, no toys, no burns on the walls. It looked like a bare, unused apartment. Except for the floor. The floor was covered in little blackened footprints, tiny, child-sized, burned into the wood, starting in the center of the room and leading all the way to the doorway, all the way to where I was standing. I didn't run. I walked out slowly, because it felt like if I moved too fast, something would grab my ankle. The next morning, 805 was closed again. The tape was back on the handle. If not for the faint trace of soot on my soles, I could have convinced myself I'd dreamed it. But ever since that night, nothing is normal. In my bathroom mirror, if I stand just right, I can see 805 behind me, even though the door is on the other side of the hallway. Sometimes there's a shape in the doorway. Sometimes there isn't. At exactly 3:17 a.m., the elevator, no matter what floor it's on, always travels to the 8th floor and opens its doors. Empty. Waiting. And every night, a few minutes after that, my intercom buzzes. When I pick it up, there's always the same voice on the other end. A soft, small boy's voice, crackling through static like a bad radio station. "Leah, can I play in your room now?" Okay, so I'm just gonna tell this straight, like we're having coffee, all right? Because every time I keep it in, it gets worse. I still remember the ad that popped up on my phone. Cloudvale Mountain Spa, where silence heals you. There was this photo of a lake like glass, cabins with warm lights glowing, people in white robes holding mugs of tea. It looked safe, Soft, like the kind of place you go when you're tired of being a person. So I booked it. The first night was calm. Too calm. No wind, no crickets, no distant cars, nothing. You know how even silence usually has a little hum to it? That low fuzz in your ears? This didn't. It felt like the world was holding its breath, like it was waiting for something. At dinner, the waiter wouldn't stop smiling at me. "First time with us?" he asked. His name tag said Elias in little gold letters. I said, "Yeah, just needed to get away." I tried to joke about it. He laughed politely, but his eyes were wrong. Too shiny, too still, like glass marbles pressed into a face. No crinkles, no warmth, just that big, frozen smile. I asked, "So, how long have you been working up here?" He tilted his head like he was trying to remember the answer to a question nobody had ever actually asked him before. Then he said in this flat, practiced tone, "Since 11:47 p.m. Not since last year, not for a while, not a couple of seasons. Since 11:47 p.m. And then he just walked away like he hadn't said anything strange. I should have left then. I know that now. Later, I went back to my room, cabin 12B. I remember the number because it was on the key in that cute little wooden tag I thought was charming at the time. I was scrolling my phone in bed when the light started to flicker. I checked the time on the digital clock by the bed. 11:47 p.m. It flickered too. The numbers smeared for a second, like they were melting, then snapped back into focus. And that's when I heard it. At first, it was just a low rumble under the floor. I thought, earthquake? Generator? Old pipes? I tried to be practical. But the sound kept building. It wasn't random. It had a rhythm. It turned into voices. Not one or two. Hundreds. No, thousands. Layered over each other, tangled, like a crowd screaming underwater. You know when people are shouting in a stadium and it becomes one huge, ugly sound? Like that, but sharper, closer. They were right under me. The clock on the nightstand blinked once and then froze. 12 a.m. The second it hit midnight, everything changed. Every light in the cabin went out. The heater cut off. The temperature dropped so fast my teeth started chattering. I could see my breath in the dark, hanging there like smoke. Then came the footsteps. Not normal footsteps. Wet, dragging, like someone was walking with soaked shoes, or bare feet through something thick. They were slow, too slow, getting nearer to my door. The boards groaned under each step, like the wood itself didn't want to be touched. I bolted for the window. The garden outside, those perfect paths and trimmed bushes they showed in the brochure, was on fire. But the flames weren't rising. They were falling. They slipped down like bright liquid, sinking into the soil. Like the ground was thirsty and the fire was being poured into it. Everything looked upside down, like gravity was wrong. The sky had gone this deep, bruised red, and the moon, God, the moon was just a black disk, a hole where light should have been. It had started to bubble. The surface buckled and popped like a pot someone forgot on the stove. Steam rolled off it in heavy waves, and I swear to you, I heard something laughing in that steam. Not loud, just pleased. Then the fire alarm went off. Not the sharp, frantic beeping you expect. It was slower, low, almost musical, but wrong, like a lullaby played on broken speakers. It echoed across the cabins, but no doors opened. No one stepped onto the porches. No one shouted, "What's going on?" It was like I was alone, but I knew I wasn't. I grabbed my hoodie, shoved my feet into my shoes without socks, and yanked open my door. The hallway of my building, because it wasn't some cute cabin anymore, it felt like a hotel corridor now, was lit by emergency strips along the floor. Red, pulsing lights that made everything look like it was underwater. Halfway down, one of the doors was open a crack. Room 12D. The same soft, slow dragging sound came from inside. I didn't look. I couldn't. I just headed for the lobby. When I stepped in, I froze. All the guests were there. Not sitting on the couches, not talking at the bar. They were standing, perfectly still, facing the walls. Their heads were tilted at angles no neck should bend, like someone had turned them way too far and forgotten to put them back. Their hands hung at their sides, fingers slightly curled, like they were mid-reach for something that wasn't there. Their mouths were moving, but no sound came out. Words formed silently, over and over, like they were reciting something. A prayer, maybe, or a spell. I couldn't understand the shapes of the words, but I could feel them, like cold hands sliding under my skin. Behind the reception desk, something shifted. I thought it was the manager at first. I'd seen him earlier that day, Mr. Halden, tall and neat, with a perfect little tie and that corporate calmness. But this wasn't him. A figure stood up from behind the desk, too tall, too thin. Its skin looked like burned paper, cracked and blistered and flaking. Its fingers were wrong, too long, bending one extra time in the middle, like there was an additional joint. It turned its head toward me, almost curious, and it smiled. Its teeth were shards, glass or ice, or something that caught the red emergency light and split it into slivers. Every time it closed its mouth, I could hear them clink together. It said my name, not loud, not whispered, just placed it in the air between us, like it had always known it. "You made it right on time." The voice didn't come from its mouth. It came from everywhere. The vents, the floor, the walls, the inside of my own skull. My ears rang with it. I didn't answer. I ran. I grabbed one of the lobby doors, yanked it open, and stepped into a hallway. Same red carpet, same lamps, same faint smell of smoke and something rotten underneath it. I tried another door. Hallway. Another. Hallway. Every exit was the same corridor, repeating like a bad copy and paste job. I started shouting, cursing, pounding on the walls with my fists. The wallpaper was some floral pattern in soft beige and gold, and under my hands it felt warm. Not just warm, alive. It throbbed under my palms, a slow, steady pulse, like I was pressing on veins. As I watched, dark lines started to spread through it, like blood seeping outward. The wallpaper began to bleed. Actual red liquid, thick and slow, pushing out from the seams and dripping down. It smelled like rust and pennies. Somewhere behind me, a woman started screaming. The fire alarm stopped. For one long second, there was nothing. And then the other screams started. This time, they came from behind the doors, from inside the rooms. Different voices, different ages, shouting, begging, sobbing, some of them not even using words, just animal sounds that tore at my nerves. Doors began to slam open. 1, 2, 3, down the hall, each one cracking wide. But nothing stepped out. Not really. It was like the shadows themselves unhooked from the rooms. They poured out along the floor, crawling, stretching, pulling themselves forward. I could see the suggestion of faces inside them, half-formed, melting, mouths open in silent pleas. "Help us. Don't look at it. It's hungry." The words slid into my head without sound. I ran the other way. I don't even remember choosing a direction. My body just moved. I grabbed the first stairwell door I found and threw myself down the steps. The air got thicker with every step, hotter. It burned my throat, like breathing in steam from a kettle. My eyes watered. My clothes stuck to my skin. At the bottom of the stairs, the floor tiles were cracked. Through the gaps, I saw fire. Not the normal kind, not orange and dancing. This was white and red and almost liquid. It moved in patterns, swirling, folding in on itself, and inside it I saw faces. I recognized some of them. The couple from the ad, the older man I'd seen in the check-in line, the two girls who'd been taking selfies in the lobby. Their faces flickered in the flames, mouths open, eyes rolled back. They weren't burning, they were part of it. And in that moment, I understood. The resort wasn't just built on a mountain, it was built over something. A gate, a mouth, a wound in the earth that never healed, just scabbed over with spas and cabins and all-inclusive packages. I tried to back away, my heels slipping on the hot tiles. That's when I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned. It was the manager, or what was left of him. Mr. Halden's suit was hanging in tatters, his skin peeling in long strips that curled at the edges. His eyes weren't eyes anymore, just bright, raw red, like two open wounds staring at me. His mouth didn't move when he spoke, but his voice was everywhere again, pressing in on me from the inside. "Checkout is final," he said, "but don't worry, you'll feel right at home soon." The floor split. Not a crack, not a creak, it just opened like a set of jaws. Heat roared up around me. I heard laughter, screaming, whispering, all woven together into something that wasn't quite sound and wasn't quite thought. Something grabbed my ankles. I looked down and saw hands, too many hands, reaching up from the fire. Fingers dug into my legs, nails tearing through my skin. It hurt, but it also felt pulling, like they were trying to drag not just my body, but everything I was. I grabbed for the railing, but the metal was soft, running between my fingers like wax. It dripped onto my wrists and burned through my hoodie. The manager, if I can still call him that, leaned close. I could feel the heat of him, smell something like burned hair and sweet rot. "You came for silence," he said. "This is what silence sounds like, when it has nowhere left to go." I started to slip. The last thing I saw before the fire swallowed my vision was the wooden sign above the lobby desk, hanging crooked, the nice little slogan carved in cheerful letters: "Cloudvale Mountain Spa, where the earth will hold you forever." And then everything went white. I woke up in my own bed at home. I told myself it was a nightmare, stress, too much caffeine. I almost believed it, until I noticed the time on my bedside clock. Frozen. Midnight. And underneath my bed, when the house is quiet, if I really listen, I can still hear them. The voices, waiting. I don't usually tell this story. Honestly, I don't like remembering it. But you're listening, and I can feel that you're taking me seriously, so I'll try. My name is Dr. Mira Kovalenko. I'm a radiation biologist, and a few years ago, 2021, we were sent into the Chernobyl exclusion zone near Pripyat. Officially, our task was simple: study long-term radiation mutations, collect soil and tissue samples, document what decades of contamination had done to the ecosystem. It sounded dangerous in the way you can quantify. Numbers, readings, protective gear. That kind of danger never bothered me. You can plan around it. I thought hell was a metaphor. I don't think that anymore. From the moment we crossed the perimeter, something felt wrong. Not dramatic, not like in the movies, just off. The air had a weight to it, like you're standing under high voltage lines. The kind of humming you don't hear, but your bones do. Our Geiger counters chattered steadily, like we expected. But sometimes, they did something that didn't make sense. They didn't go down. They went quiet. Not low background quiet, just dead. A flat line. No ticks, no noise, as if the radiation had stepped out of existence for a few seconds. And every time that happened, a cold would roll over us. Not a draft, not the weather. A deep, marrow-level cold, like your body suddenly remembers what it's like to be a corpse. We joked about it at first. Scientists cope with humor, you know? Dima, our tech, kept calling it the ghost mode. I laughed. I wish I hadn't. There were 4 of us on that team. Tomas, a seismologist from Prague, tall and quiet, always scribbling in his little notebook. Irina, our botanist, soft-spoken, the kind of person who apologizes before stepping on a dead leaf. Dima, like I said, our equipment guy, young, loud, always with some awful playlist in one earbud. And me, trying to keep everyone's exposure under control and pretending I wasn't already uneasy. On the 3rd night, the camp lights started flickering. The generators were stable, fuel was fine, wording checked out. Still, the lamps would dim and flare like something was breathing through them. We'd set up tents near an overgrown parking lot, the concrete cracked and pushing up little islands of moss. There was this thick mist that night, hanging low around the tree line. I remember staring at it, feeling like it was listening. Around midnight, Tomas called out from his tent. "Mira? Dima? Is that you out there?" I was in my own tent, going over the day's readings. Dima was muttering to himself, trying to fix a temperamental data logger. We both answered at the same time that we weren't outside. I heard Tomas's zipper slide open. Then, silence. He didn't shout. He didn't scream. Just a long, empty pause. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out. The air was colder, and the mist had pressed closer, almost at our feet now. Tomas's tent flap was wide open. His sleeping bag was half unrolled, warm when I touched it. But he was gone. No struggle, no scattered equipment. Just a neat line of footprints leading away from his tent toward the trees. Bare footprints. Not boot prints, bare human feet. Except they weren't normal prints in the dirt. They looked like someone had pressed hot metal into the soil. The edges were charred, as if the ground itself had burned around each step and then cooled. We followed them with our lights, but about 20 meters into the trees, they just stopped. No body, no Tomas, no more footprints. Just dark. I almost didn't press play. You can still hear the canvas of his tent rustling, the zip opening, his breath puffing in the cold. Then his voice, shaking in a way I had never heard from him. He says, "Who's there? This isn't funny." There's a pause, and you can hear something. Not footsteps, more like the crunch of earth shifting under something heavy that doesn't quite touch the ground. Then Tomas whispers, "Your feet. They're burned." Another pause, and then, "If anyone finds this, don't follow them. Don't ever follow the footprints." The recorder clicks, and that's it. We argued about what to do next, of course. Protocol said we should retreat, report a missing team member, wait for instructions. But the nearest proper support base was hours away, and the zone doesn't exactly have a quick response unit. So we kept working, and planned to pull out the next day. That was our mistake. We went closer to Reactor 4 that afternoon. You've seen the photographs, I'm sure. The new safe confinement arch, the concrete, the steel. It looks like a tomb someone built for a god they were afraid would wake up. On the way there, the silence started. Not just the Geiger counters this time. The birds, the wind, the distant creak of old metal. All of it faded. You think silence is peaceful, It's not. True silence feels like pressure, like the world is holding its breath. Our counters ticked, 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 and then flatlined. All of them, at once. The cold slammed into us again, so hard my teeth hurt. I could see my breath, even though the actual temperature hadn't dropped that low. We stood at the edge of the sarcophagus, staring up at it. And that's when I saw the light. It wasn't dramatic, not a beam or a flare, just a thin, pale blue shimmer leaking from hairline cracks in the structure. At first I thought it was Cherenkov radiation, like you might see in a pool reactor. But this light moved. It pulsed, almost like something inside was breathing slowly, pressing itself against the walls and then drawing back. Dima stepped forward with his dosimeter, mumbling something about probably just scattered interference. He held the device up, and it went from dead silent to screaming in half a second. Full scale, maxed out. Then it cut off. The display went black. Dima froze. His eyes went wide, and very quietly he said, "Mira, the numbers were singing." I asked him what he meant. He said, "It wasn't random. It was patterned, like a choir." And then we heard it too. At first I thought it was the wind, but there was no wind. The sound seeped out of the concrete, a low murmur, like the buzz in a crowded room when everyone's talking at once. It grew clearer, resolving into individual voices. Men, women, children, thousands of them, layered over each other, overlapping, swallowing each other, but somehow still distinct. Some were praying in languages I didn't recognize. Some were begging. Some were just screaming, over and over, like the moment of their death never ended. The worst part? Every few seconds, one voice would rise above the rest, as if it had found the right frequency to reach us. Those voices sounded so human, so close, like someone standing inches from your ear, whispering, "Help me," but not quite able to say the words. Irina grabbed my arm so hard her nails drew blood through my coat. Her lips were moving, but no sound came out. I had to physically turn her face toward me to snap her out of it. We ran back to the trucks, or tried to. You ever try to run in a nightmare? That feeling where your legs work, but the world stretches. That's what it felt like, crossing that shattered ground. When we reached the vehicles, both trucks were dead. Headlights flickered on and off by themselves. And in one of those flickers, I saw the windshield clearly. It was reflecting more faces than there were people. There were 3 of us standing there, me, Dima, and Irina. But in the glass, I counted at least a dozen faces behind ours. Pale shapes pressed close to the inside of the windshield, as if the glass were a window into a crowded room. Their skin looked melted, not burned away, melted, like wax someone had held a lighter under, blackened and shiny. Where their eyes should have been, there were just smooth hollows, as if something had scooped their gaze out and left the empty sockets polished. They were watching us, and as the light flickered again, they leaned closer. Not toward the truck, toward us. I looked away, and when I looked back, the glass showed only our own terrified faces. The zone changes at night. You think it's dead land, frozen in time, but it isn't. Not really. The trees seemed to bend inward as the sun went down, their branches arching over us like ribs. The air started to vibrate with this low, constant hum. The same hum I'd felt in my bones on that first day, now louder, angrier. We saw flashes in the distance, beyond the rusted Ferris wheel of the old amusement park. At first I thought it was lightning, but there were no clouds, no storm. Figures moved through the park instead. Shapes, walking along the empty paths where children used to run. Their silhouettes glowed with the same pale blue light we'd seen leaking from the reactor. Not bright, just enough to outline them in the dark. We watched one of them turn its head toward us, even though we were far away. I couldn't see a face, but I felt the weight of its attention, like someone placing a hand on the back of my neck. We tried the radios. Nothing but static at first. Irina kept cycling through frequencies, her hands shaking, mumbling the call signs by rote like a prayer. And then, suddenly, the static cleared. A voice came through. It was a male voice, mid-30s maybe. Calm, almost bored, like someone working a late shift at a desk job. It said, "You're late." I grabbed the handset. "This is Dr. Mira Kovalenko. Our team is stranded near Reactor 4. Who is this? Identify yourself." There was a pause, then a soft little chuckle. "You don't recognize me?" The voice shifted as it spoke, cracking, distorting, like the audio file of someone's speech being stretched and compressed in real time. It said my name again, but this time in a whisper that sounded exactly like Tomas. Then, overlaid in the same words, Dima's voice, and Irina's, then my own. "Mira, you shouldn't have come back." The radio squealed, this high, stabbing feedback, and the plastic casing grew hot in my hand. I dropped it, and it melted into the gravel like wax on a stove. After that, none of our equipment worked. Not the counters, not the GPS, not the spare batteries, just the hum. People always ask me, "Why didn't you just leave on foot?" We tried. That night became a blur of directionless walking. The forest in the exclusion zone does this thing where everything looks the same, especially in the dark. Rusted structures, broken roads, skeletal buildings all repeat like a pattern. We walked until my legs shook. Every time we thought we'd found the same cracked intersection we'd mapped earlier, there was something wrong with it. A missing sign. A tree that hadn't been there. A car that should have been rusted down to frame, but looked freshly burned instead. Somewhere along the way, we lost Dima. Not dramatically. No scream, no running off. I turned to answer a question Irina hadn't asked, and when I turned back, he was gone. Irina started to crack after that. She stopped responding when I spoke her name and began staring straight up at the sky. There weren't many stars that night, but she stared like it was a whole universe only she could see. Hours went by. She never blinked. At one point, she whispered, so quietly I almost missed it, "They're still falling." I asked her what she meant. She said, "The ones from the roof. They're still falling. They never stopped." Then she smiled this tiny, broken smile and kept staring up. I tried to drag her along with me. After a while, I realized I was just pulling an empty jacket. I don't know when she slipped out of it. I don't know how. I don't remember letting go. I don't know how I ended up in the control room. One moment I was staggering through a corridor that shouldn't have been intact anymore. Peeling paint, exposed rebar, puddles glinting with that faint blue light. The next, I was standing in the ruined control room of Reactor 4. It looked wrong. I've seen the old photographs, the panels and switches, the devastation from the explosion. What I walked into was softened, melted. The walls seemed to pulse, very gently, like the inside of a living thing. On the floor, near what used to be the main console, I saw a flashlight. It was one of ours. Tomas's flashlight. Still on. The beam was weak and yellow. The plastic housing looked slightly warped, like it had been left too close to a fire. Beside it, there was a twisted lump of something that had once been a protective suit. It had fused into the floor as if the concrete had softened and then re-hardened around it. I called out. My own voice echoed strangely, warping, as if the room were repeating it back with a slight delay. Every sound had a faint metallic aftertaste, like blood on your tongue. And then, something else answered. There was a figure standing in the middle of the room, humanoid, at least in outline, taller than me, but not unnaturally so. It looked like it had been carved out of light and ash. Its body glowed with that same pale blue, threaded through with darker streaks like smoke trapped inside glass. Ash swirled around it in a slow orbit, rising from the floor and falling back again, never quite settling. Its face was the worst part. It never settled. One heartbeat, it was Tomas, eyebrows knit in quiet concentration. The next heartbeat, it was Dima, mouth half open, about to crack a joke. Then Irina, eyes soft, thoughtful. Then someone I didn't recognize, a man in a firefighter's helmet, his skin blistered and peeling. Then, me. I saw my own face looking back at me from inside that thing, shifting like it was being reflected in rippling water. I couldn't move. It raised one hand, if you could call it a hand, and I felt something reach into my skull. Not physically, deeper. It was like every thought I'd ever had was being pulled up and examined at once under a microscope. Memories flared and vanished. Childhood, university, my first day in a lab, my father's funeral, Tomas standing in the snow, laughing at one of Dima's stupid jokes, Irina humming to herself while cataloging plants. They all burned, quickly, leaving impressions like after-images on the inside of my eyelids. When it spoke, it didn't use a mouth. It used every voice I had heard in that place. Tomas, Dima, Irina, the praying voices, the screaming ones from behind the concrete, all layered together, perfectly synchronized, yet somehow understandable. It said, "Now you see." I don't know how to explain this part without sounding insane, but the meaning flowed into me all at once, like it had poured a whole book into my brain in a single second. Chernobyl was not just an accident. The explosion wasn't just a meltdown. It was a breach. The deaths, the suffering, the radiation, it fed on all of it. Not like an animal feeds, more like a scientist uses data. It learned us. It wore the voices and faces of those it had taken, like samples pinned to a board, and it was still hungry, still calling. The figure stepped closer, and I thought, this is it. This is where I die. Instead, it leaned in, if something like that can lean in, and all the voices whispered, gently this time, "Listen." Then the world went white. When I woke up, I was walking, barefoot, on a cracked, sun-baked road about 30 kilometers from where our camp had been. A patrol found me mumbling to myself, my feet torn and bleeding, my dosimeter dangling uselessly from my hand. I don't remember seeing them. One of them told me later that I kept asking, "Do you hear it? Do you hear them?" Over and over. I don't remember the debrief, not really. There's an official report, full of words like hallucination, acute stress reaction, equipment failure. They let me leave eventually. I went back to my quiet little apartment, my plants, my books, all the ordinary things that used to anchor me. But the zone never really let me go. Because at night, when the world is quiet and there's nothing to distract me, I still hear it. That low, constant hum, like a reactor that never truly shut down. The whisper of thousands of voices, layered and tangled, just below the threshold of understanding. Sometimes, when I'm almost asleep, one voice will rise above the others, clear as day, sounding like someone I loved or someone I lost out there. It will lean close, in my mind, in my bones, and say, "Are you listening now, Mira?" So, when people ask me if I believe in hell, I tell them the truth. I don't believe hell is a place beneath our feet. I think we built it, right there in that concrete tomb. We cracked the world open, and something answered. It's still there, under that arch, beneath the layers of steel and lead and denial, feeding, watching, calling, waiting for someone else to listen as closely as I did.